Yeah. Okay, yo. Okay, Chupukama. Okay, Chupukama. No. Okay, Chupukama. Yamana kiti pulo. Okay, Chupukama. Well, did you put a set? Okay, Chupukama. Okay, yo. Okay, Chupukama. 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 There is no magic to progress and success in life. I give back what you gave to world. It takes a man who believes in himself to create wealth. So keep working hard and never hope for what you believe in. Ayakata. Life is not easy. Side. Make it take and judge. I want to use this special opportunity to recognize great team Odmegojuku. I can't also forget General Philip Effiong. Obama Daloso. Airborne. The fact of in homeland. A special recognition to the girlfriend who is supporting from day one. They know him continue to flourish in a different endeavors. Mazina the Gano. Oh, I'm a dick. One of them. The finest star, but of here, okay, you could get it. Simukeleyo, will come out. Okay, you, okay, you come out. Okay, you book no. Okay, you book. Oh, Yamana, giddy, babulo. Okay, you book come out. Well, look at you book as a belle. Okay, you book come out. Okay, Chupukama. Mama big on your board. Okay, Chupukama. Okay, Chupukana, you know. Okay, Chupukama. Chupukana, you know. Okay, Chupukama. I got color, I got a people. Chetakwana. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 2 is 4. You know. Uruchi use no. Judge. Don't give up when it's so close. It's so close. Okay, Chupukama. Never you give no. Okay, Chupukama. Believe your dreams, brother. Okay, Chupukama. Never you say no. Okay, Chupukama. Okay, Chupukama. Never you down your bed, no. Okay, Chupukama. Keep your head. Keep on fighting, man. A big shout out to Azio. I salute you right here. As a money back. Life is sweet when you patient. Greatest shout out goes to the media team, the talents. Life is a process, no matter how you go about it. Mercy, okay, only okay. The Biafran Republic Government and Exam Finance Minister is humbly campaigning for global Biafran financial support for the purpose of Finland Convention, Biafran Defense Forces, and declaration related activities. I appreciate all Biafrans who support the liberation movement. I also urge everyone to massively support modern air, especially in this critical time. Oh, fellow lovely great Biafrans, let's come together and support our Prime Minister, Master Simon Ekpa, who is currently working tirelessly to hand over freedom to us this year, 2024. Freedom is coming, yeah. Yo. Merci, okay, salute every Biafran, especially. Yeah. Okay, no. Okay, Chukukama. Oh, Namana Gidi. Okay, Chukukama. Well, did you put a sepe? Okay, Chukukama. Okay, Chukukere Nekelu. Okay, Chukukama. Okay, Chukukana Yono. Okay, Chukukama. Okay, Chukukana Yona. Okay, Chukukama. There is no much to progress and success in life. Life gives back what way. It takes a man who believes in himself to the world. So keep working hard and never lose to believe in. Ayakata. Life is not easy. Make it take and judge. I want to use this special opportunity to recognize great Team Ojuku. I can't also forget General Philip Effiong, Okama Daloso, Kamchetapanumen on the ground. Airborne. The factor government in home. A special recognition to every different who have been supporting from day one. May Elohim continue to flourish you in your different endeavors. He says, Mazinam de Gano, Ohamadike, one of Biafra. The Prime Minister, Kpaid, okay, Chukukere, Simupelekio, okay, Chukukama, okay, Chukukana, no, okay, Chukukama, Onyamana Gidi, okay, Chukuka, well, okay, Chukukama. Mama big on your boat. Okay, Chukukama. Okay, Chukukana, you know. Okay, Chukukama. Okay, Chukukana, you know. Okay, Chukukama. Ayole, Ayole, we bole. Chetabana before. 1 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4, you know. Onye puru chi uzo, akwa no. to give up, no, no, no. Get you book and believe in your dreams, brother. Get you book and never you say no, 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 no. Get you book and get you book and get you book and never you know your bed, no, no. Get you book and keep your head up, keep on fighting. Get you book and oh yeah, bala, yo. Get you book and a big shout out, Mazio, get you book. I salute you, my PM, Master Simon Bad. Life is sweet when you're patient. The greatest shout out goes to the media team, great talents. They will know.
Good morning, Biafrans. Good morning, wonderful people. Good morning, lovers of freedom all over the whole wide world. Anywhere you are watching me, you are welcome this morning to the Questionnaires platform under the Biafran Republic government in exile. A platform we preach the truth, a platform you get information, a platform that you can rely upon for your authentic news about Biafra freedom, Biafra restoration project, Biafra recognition, and the Biafran liberation. I salute you wherever you are listening from. Charles Oji. Charles Oji, you are welcome. Thank you for joining us. Please, if you want us to acknowledge your presence, you can just comment and we can see that you are watching, because I can see some people are watching, but I couldn't see them to appreciate their presence. Only Charles, because he just wrote, "Good morning, Dr. David, the questionnaire. Good morning from here as well." So I want to use this opportunity to appreciate every one of you who are listening. Either you are listening through Facebook, you are listening on YouTube, or you are listening through X. You are all welcome this morning. It has been a while, but for quite some time, I've not been online because of my phone has a little problem, which I wish to rectify in the coming days. I appreciate every one of you who has continued to support our quest for freedom, to support our leaders' push for recognition, as well as our defense push for liberation of our land. Today, our Mazin and the Kanu's case of destination or Sokoto issue will come up today. We appreciate our leader Mazin and the Kanu for standing very strong for us, just like he promised. He said he is going to lead from the front, and while he is leading from the front, he is not going to disappoint us. We will not disappoint him as well. Genuine Biafrans who are students of our leader, who are lovers of freedom. We as in Nandekano, in as much as a lot of people have disappointed him, France under the Biafran Republic government in exile will not disappoint our leader. We will continue to stand with him. We will continue to fight alongside with him until freedom is guaranteed. So we appreciate our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We also appreciate our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpanjoko Obata-Obie, the man who brought us this far through the Biafran Republic government in exile, that have made the whole world to be aware of the plight of the Biafran people. Prime Minister is still very much held in the custody of the Finnish government through the Nigerian government corruption tendencies of promises of oil and gas, and he has been detained to this moment. He is still very much strong in his resolve for Biafra, and we are standing shoulder to shoulder with him as well. We appreciate him so much. We also appreciate our APM, the Punisher, His Excellency Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere, the leader of Brigi at the moment. We appreciate him for what he's doing for the government and for the people of Biafra, taking out his time, his resources, in order to fight for the freedom of his people. I also appreciate our lobbyist attorneys, Elias Dabere of the Moran Global Strategies. They are doing wonderfully well, just like they promised our Prime Minister and the Biafran people. I also appreciate our attorney Amanda Biri for doing the needful and protecting the Biafran region, legally advising our government on actions to be taken going forward for our government. So we appreciate Amanda Biri. Thank you so much. I appreciate also the Brigade cabinet members, men and women, who are standing very strong, doing the needful to support our government. We appreciate every one of them. Thank you so much. The Information Minister, Mazi Sani Akparawa, we also appreciate him so much. His commitment for our freedom and his consistency in making sure that every information that needs to go out is out in the public. We appreciate him so much. Before I continue, I want to play a clip of our attorney, our lobbyists, when they were introduced before the Biafran people. What are the promises the attorney, our lobbyist Elias, made to the Biafran people? I want you to listen and refresh your mind.
Well, thank you. My name is Jim Moran. I served in the United States Congress for approximately a quarter of a century. After I left the Congress, I began to represent some corporations and countries and causes that I believe in. It has been an honor to work with you, Your Excellency. Elias Gerasulis is my partner. This is primarily Elias's account, but I'm going to be working with him. While I was in the Congress, I was on the committee that funds defense and State Department foreign operations, as well as the Foreign Relations Committee. I have an interest in Africa. I was a principal co-sponsor of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. But most importantly, I do believe that Biafran independence is a just and noble cause. And I trust that you have a bright future ahead. We will try to secure your independence. We can't promise because the politics is not a particularly predictable situation in the United States today, and justice is not all we serve, but we will work towards that objective. I appreciate the opportunity to work on behalf of the Biafran people. At this point, let me turn it over to Elias. Elias?
Oh, thank you, Jim. And it's an honor to be working with you on this, and we appreciate your lending your support to someone of your prestige and stature. That association would be so critical. So thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, and dear Biafrans in the United States and around the world. My name is Elias Chersulis, and I am a good friend and a colleague of Congressman Moran, and we're new lobbyists here in Washington, D.C. However, you should know that we are more than just your lobbyists. We are fellow freedom fighters in the struggle for the liberation by Biafra. And similar to how your compatriots in the Biafran Defense Forces are securing your freedom on the homeland, we will be fighting for your freedom in the political and diplomatic battlefield here in Washington, D.C. And we will make sure that all these U.S. officials, all these congressmen and senators understand that the Biafran independence movement is a pure democratic civilian uprising against injustice, the very same one that we had in the United States when we declared our independence from the British 200 years ago. On a personal level, I knew I had to get involved in this struggle, not only because of my belief in the Biafran cause, but my belief in His Excellency, the Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. As I got to know the Prime Minister, I could see that he has remarkable leadership qualities and vision. And I knew that instinctively that he was a man of destiny and that he will have a very important impact in Africa in the years to come. And I thought it was a personal duty to assist him. Already, the Prime Minister has made remarkable progress and has outsmarted the Nigerian system in many ways. The Prime Minister has done this with the self-referendum. He has done this with opening diplomatic liaison offices around the world. And I think by establishing a proper Biafran lobby in Washington, D.C., the Prime Minister has delivered his master stroke. And if you can look at the Nigerian media and the social media, you will see that this is something that's been highly publicized. And I think this is because they understand the moment that the United States starts to gain more support for the Biafran cause, it will be a game changer. Because when the United States leads, other countries will. Congressman Moran and myself are your voice to the U.S. Congress, your voice to the White House, your voice to the State Department, your voice to the highest offices in this great land. And we will not stop until victory is achieved. Long live a free, independent, and sovereign Biafra. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that brilliant speech there. Elias, we are happy to have you on board, and we have a lot of things to do together. Thank you. This particular appearance today is just to present you to the Biafrans in the United States. As I made my promise, I have fulfilled it. It is now that we go out there and do what we know how to do best for the interest of Biafra.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. It's our honor, and we look forward to serving you in the cause. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Nice to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. It was a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Chief Moran. Thank you. Yes, welcome back. This was the promise that our lobbyist, Jim Moran and Elias, made to the Biafran people And today, you'll agree with me that they are living up to that promise. The expectations of the Biafran people are also being met. So we really appreciate them so much. So Biafrans, I really appreciate every one of you that is supporting this movement. Those who were at the town hall meeting UK yesterday, who contributed in one way or the other, I so much appreciate each and every one of you. I say thank you so much for what you are doing for the Biafran people. Thank you so much for what you are doing for humanity as well. We will continue to do what we need to do. We continue to fight this battle until freedom is achieved, until our leaders are free from the detention, and until Biafran people are free from the terrorist Nigerian state. Recently, we have seen what is happening in Nigeria. The CPC designation of Nigeria have opened a lot and lots of can of worms that the Nigerian government has been hiding for a very long time. The atrocities of the Nigerian government against the Biafran people and against the indigenous people is just like an open book. People can now read through and see the atrocity that the Nigerian government have committed against the people of Biafra. And they have not stopped. They don't intend to stop, because their modus operandi is to make sure that the Biafran people are annihilated from the face of the earth. We have seen the designation by the United States of America. We have also seen the fallout from the people of Biafra, as well as the people of Nigeria. Recently, one of those who have participated, whose country participated in the killing of Biafrans in a large scale, in the genocide that happened between 1967 to 1970, Boris Johnson came to Biafra land. And while he came to Biafra land, he came to mock the Biafran people. He came to remind you about the atrocities that they committed in our land. Even in the face of tensions, in the face of jihad, in the face of insecurity that is happening all over Nigeria, Boris Johnson came and lied to the world that he said that he is safe, that Nigeria is a safer place for him. The reason being that as they downplayed the atrocity they committed between 1967 to 1970, they are not ready to apologize for their atrocities. He has come to remind Biafrans of the atrocity that they committed between 1967 to 1970. And it is a slap and a dent on the image of the Biafran nation that despite the atrocities that they committed, despite the fallout of the insecurity that the Nigerian government have created, Boris Johnson's Britain are still very much not relenting in their efforts to continue to downplay the genocide they committed against our land. They continue to defy, to spit on the graves of those that they killed between 1967 to 1970 to date. Even when the whole world is calling out to Nigeria for the atrocity they committed, continue to commit against the indigenous people, Boris Johnson and the United Kingdom, they look the other way around. They pretend as if all is very well, as if their business center is doing very well. They refuse to acknowledge their wrongdoing. They refuse to appreciate the fact that Nigeria is a lawless state, that Nigeria should be disbanded, that Nigeria should be splitted for people to have a sense of belonging and for people to live peacefully and enjoy life that God gave to them. They refuse to acknowledge that fact because according to Boris Johnson and Britain, Nigeria belongs to them, and it and the inhabitants in Nigeria are their slaves. So that is why Boris Johnson or United Kingdom can come to Biafra land and begin to lie and say how safe they feel in Nigeria, even in the face of insecurity, refusing to acknowledge the insecurity that they themselves, together with the Nigerian terrorist state, have created against the people of Biafra and against the indigenous people of Nigeria. It is very, very sad. This morning, our listeners, anywhere that you are watching us from, we are going to go through the declassified document, this classified information, how Britain Labour Party facilitated the massacre of Biafrans in Nigeria just to protect their oil interest. Let me see that now. Just to protect their oil interest. They facilitated the massacre of Biafrans. They committed genocide in order to get hold of our natural resources. This is what we are going to. This is a declassified document for years. This document has not been in the open. It has been in the secret. That our people died while the Nigerian government and the world were fighting Biafra. Why the world laid embargo against sales of arms when there is war of sort? The British government were secretly sending weapons to Nigeria, secretly encouraging the massacre of the Biafran people, secretly annihilating our region, making sure that the pogrom, the genocide happened for the singular reason that they want to protect their investment. Their investment is the oil that is in our land. Their investment is the resources that God gave to the Biafran people. They valued our resources more than our lives. They valued the resources in our land more than the life of the women and children from Biafra land. So while our land was under bombardment, Britain looked the other way around, was encouraging Nigerian government to continue the atrocity against our people. And I'm going to read it for everyone to hear and listen to. What actually happened showed that Harold Wilson government.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Jim Moran. I served in the United States Congress for approximately a quarter of a century. After I left the Congress, I began to represent some corporations and countries and causes that
Sorry for that. Okay. The classified British file showed that Harold Wilson's government secretly armed and backed Nigerians' aggression against the Biafran region. This document is now being made public for the world to know what happened in the Nigerian Biafran war. See, these are the Biafran children. When the starvation was starting in Biafra Nigerian genocidal war, the Britain encouraged air and sea land blockade from the Biafran people, from getting arms, from getting aid, from getting supplies, because of the natural resources that Biafra land has in stock. So, I read, the then Labour government secretly provided large quantities of arms to the Nigerian federal government, which by 1970 have crushed an attempt by the country's eastern region Biafra to gain independence, which it had declared in May 1967. During the 3 years of war, up to 3 million Biafran people died as Nigeria enforced a blockade on Biafra, causing widespread starvation amid considerable international opposition to the conflict. While this war broke out, starvation has never been approved as a war, at a war template or as a means of winning war. But in this case, the British government supported Nigeria to use starvation as a means of winning the war in Biafra land. Even as the world were so much against this, Britain were secretly in support of this. They implemented it. They helped the Nigerian government enforce it. They encouraged it in a very wider scale. They advised Nigerian government on how the blockade of Biafra should happen, on how the starvation should happen, in order to make sure that they weaken the Biafran army. British policy was mainly shaped by its oil interests. The classified government documents from the time show our direct interests are trade and investment, including an important stake by Shell BP in the eastern region, the Foreign Office noted a few days before the outbreak of the war in 1967. Britain are telling you that their main interest in the war, in the encouragement and support of Nigeria, is because they have direct interest on trade and investment in the oil sector, where Shell and BP have their offices in Biafran territory and operating even before the war. They don't want their interest to be threatened. So therefore, Biafran people need to die as long as their interest and investment is not threatened. Every land, every male and female in Biafran territory have to go. So investment by Shell BP, then a joint company in Nigeria, which was partly owned by the British government, amounted to around £200 million at the time. The company was the largest producer of oil in Nigeria, most of which was in Biafra. You can imagine a scenario whereby they were making huge sums of money from our land at the expense and detriment of the Biafran people who are living in poverty, who are malnourished, whose land is under invasion. The British government concern was for the oil that they are getting from our land, that they were using to develop Britain. They were stealing and milking our people, at the same time supporting the Nigerian government military destruction of Biafran land, killing our women and children. To them, our lives do not matter. Shall have much to lose if the FMG, Federal Military Government, do not achieve the expected victory. George Thomas, Labour's Commonwealth Minister, noted in August 1967. He added the sole immediate British interest in Nigeria is that the Nigerian economy should be brought back to a condition in which our substantial trade and investment in the country can be further developed, and particularly so we can regain access to important oil installations. So all this information are for the Biafran people. All this information are for the world to know. The reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still very much in detention, the reason why our Biafra land is underdeveloped, the reason why nobody can rise up to speak against the British and against the Nigerian government continued exploitation in our land is because of the British vested interest in our oil and gas sectors. They want to have access in our oil installations. They have to have access to everything, natural resources that come from Biafra land, at the expense and detriment of the lives and properties and livelihood of the Biafran people. The United Kingdom supplies of arms, which eventually enabled the Nigerian government to win the war, included millions of rounds of ammunition, hundreds of machine guns and grenades, thousands of mortars and artillery bombs, aircraft and armored personnel carriers. While the world were so much skeptical and calling for a truce and end to the massacre, Britain was directly and indirectly, secretly and even openly supporting the massive massacre of the Biafran people. The British Prime Minister, they were very much Harold Wilson, was even telling the Britain was supplying arms to Nigeria at same level as before. He made the false claim that there was no special provision for the war. So while these things were happening, the British Prime Minister at that time, Harold Wilson, was lying to the international media, telling the world that they were only supplying Nigeria weapons at the same level before 1967. But in the main issue, or the truth, was that they were specially, secretly flooding the Nigerian government, supplying the military with all manner of sophisticated weapons to make sure that the Nigerian government win the war. Because they understand that if the Biafran people were to have the upper hand, the resources that they are going to take out from our land has to be negotiated for. It has to be for the benefit of the Biafran people as well as the British government. But in Nigerian case, Britain wants to take it for free. And as long as Biafrans must die for them to have their natural resources, they are going to do everything humanly possible to make sure that they leave no stone unturned in making sure that every male, everything that stands on its way against these natural resources, they are going to pull it down. So they made false claim that there was no special provision for the war. The decisions to supply arms and ammunition were taken at a time when it was clear they were being used against civilians. You can see arms, ammunitions during the war were never meant to be used against civilians or unarmed personnel. No. Whenever you are fighting wars, you use the equipment against the nation's armed forces. But in this case, they were being used against the civilians, against Biafrans. They go to the market, they bomb the market, they go to hospitals, they bomb the hospital, they go to homes, they bomb people's homes. This was what Britain was doing in Biafran territories. Wilson's agreement to supply patrol bombs in 1967 was done in the knowledge that this would help the government maintain the sea blockade against Biafra. So they have already planned how the war was going to go. They have already decided how many people that the Biafran people should not be allowed to exist, as long as it involves oil and gas, as long as it involves our mineral resources, that we should not be allowed to exist in the first place. That Nigeria should kill as many Biafrans as possible so that Britain can have their way when it comes to our natural resources. This is what the Nigerian government did with the instruction of the British government. The Nigerian government under General Yakubu Gowon, who has seized power in military coup in 1966, began military operations to defeat the Biafran secessionists in July 1967. His well-equipped federal army of over 85,000 men supplied by Britain and the Soviet Union, among others, took on a volunteer force under Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumegwu-Ojukwu, the military governor of the eastern region, much of whose equipment initially came from captured Nigerian supplies. You have heard what the British, with the Soviet Union, among other nations, came to Biafra to do. They supplied Nigerian government with all manner of arms and ammunition to fight against a people that were fighting for survival. We have nobody to support the Biafran region. We have nobody to supply us arms and ammunition. We were solely depending on the ones we can manufacture, and as well as the ones that were captured from the Nigerian terrorist state. So, but Britain made sure that Nigerian government were armed to the teeth. In the run-up to Gowon's declaration of war, British officials made clear to the Nigerian government that they supported the country's unity. Labour Minister George Thomas told the Nigerian High Commission in London in April 1967, for example, that the federal government has our sympathy and our full support, but hope the use of force against the East could be avoided. Britain initially refused Biafran requests for military support to target Biafran ports. While they were speaking in the international arena, promising Nigeria that they have their sympathy and they are going to support them, they also advised that use of force against the East avoided, that they should not be targeting the soft spot in Biafran territory, our women and children. This was what they were telling the press, but in the actual reality, the reverse was the case. By June 1967, however, the new British High Commissioner in Lagos, Sir David Hunt, wrote in a memo to London that the only way of preserving unity of the Nigeria is to remove Ojukwu by force. He said the Biafran leader was committed to remaining the ruler of an independent state and reiterated that UK interests lay in firmly supporting the federal government. They did not hide their disdain for Biafra land. They did not hide their hatred for Odumegwu-Ojukwu, who wanted to protect the interests of his people. They promised to do everything humanly possible to destroy him and make sure that they preserve the British interest with the Nigerian government. Very, very sad. On July 1, 1967, Gowon asked Britain for jet fighter and bomber aircraft, 6 fast boats and 24 anti-aircraft guns. Britain rejected the aircraft and boats but agreed to supply the anti-aircraft guns. The Deputy High Commissioner in Enugu, Biafran main city, noted that supplying the anti-aircraft guns would be seen as Britain backing for the Gowon's regime, and they could also take on an offensive role if mounted in an invasion fleet. The British government knew the battle to press the defensive nature of these weapons and to avoid publicity on their export from Britain. High Commissioner Sir David Hunt said it would be better to use civilian aircraft to deliver these guns and secure agreement from the Nigerians that there would be no publicity. You see, corruption, kickbacks was taught in Nigeria by the British. Why they came on the social media, why they came on the international ground to tell the world that they are not going to supply Nigeria with all these military hardwares. They were using civilian aircraft to deliver these guns to the Nigerian government because they did not want the world to see what they were doing. Britain never wanted the other world, the other people of the world to know actually what their interest in the Nigerian Biafran war was. So while they were speaking and telling the world that they are not in support of the war, they are not delivering weapons to Nigeria. They were secretly sending weapons to the Nigerian government to use against the Biafran people so that the Nigerian government will protect their interest. And they made it known to the Nigerian government to make sure that they avoid there is no publicity. So first with Gowon's complaint about British not supplying more arms, Prime Minister Wilson agreed in mid-July to supply him with a fast patrol boat in the knowledge they would help the government maintain the blockade against Biafra. Wilson wrote to Gowon saying, "We have demonstrated in many ways our support for your government and the later government of Nigeria and our refusal to recognize the secessionists." In other words, they were encouraging the Nigerian government. They were encouraging the government to kill as many Biafrans as possible because they have not recognized Biafra, because they support Nigeria. So as many Biafrans as are going to go down, the British do not care. All that matters to them is the unity of Nigeria, which will be gotten on the order or the threshold of the oil that the Nigerian government are going to be sending to Britain free of charge. So Wilson told Gowon that Britain does not intend to put any obstacle in the way of orders for reasonable quantities of military. One minute. Hello, bom dia. Hello. So nice, bom dia. Ansai. No, I ainda não recebi, man. I will tell you, ainda não recebi. I will tell you, boss. That's what I'm saying. When I'm sure, I will tell you so that. So when Wilson told Gowon that Britain does not intend to put any obstacle in the way of orders for reasonable quantities of military materials of types to similar to those we have obtained here in the past. By early November 1967, Nigerian government forces have pushed back the Biafrans and captured Enugu. George Thomas now called for a quick FMG victory and recommended that the UK arms export policy towards Lagos to be relaxed. To ensure the outcome, on November 23, 1967, the cabinet agreed that such a federal military victory provided the best way hope for an early end to the military fighting. You can see how the Britain was very much in top planning with the Nigerian government, how they are going to defeat the Biafran region, how they are going to kill our women and children, how they are going to destroy everything that we, the Biafran people, have, how they are going to make sure that they take our oil, kill our people, and there is nothing happen, how they are going to protect the Nigerian government and make sure that they have an early lead and succeeded in their destruction. Mas tu não tens inimigo grande com essa medida aqui. Tu podes portar para aplicar. Un minuto, un minuto. Yeah, so just like I was saying, sorry, I was being distracted. So the British government, we are doing everything humanly possible to make sure that they destroy our region, they kill our people, to make sure that they continue to have their stronghold in our natural resources. So the following month, Commonwealth Secretary George Thomas suggested that UK should agree to GOVT's shopping list for arms. He wrote, anything that we now do to assist the federal military government should help our oil companies to re-establish and expand their activities in Nigeria after the war, and more generally should help our commercial and political relationship with post-war Nigeria. You can understand. They were telling their government to do everything humanly possible to assist the terrorist Nigerian state in anything they want to do against the Biafran people, in order to make sure that they destroy Biafra, so that they can be able to solidify their hold on our natural resources. In other words, Britain was so much concerned about the natural resources that Biafra land has than the people that inhabit that land and that territory. And that is why Boris Johnson, even as Biafrans are being killed, our life do not matter to them. And that is the reason why Biafrans should stand up very, very firmly against the terrorist Nigerian state, because the defeat of Nigeria is the defeat of Biafra, is the defeat of Britain. The defeat of Nigeria is the defeat of Britain in our land. So Biafrans, anywhere that you are all around the world, we must increase our support for our government to make sure that Britain and Nigeria are delegitimized in our land. Going forward, as a result, Britain supplied 32 armored personnel carriers along with 2,000 machine guns for them, anti-tank guns, and 9 million rounds of ammunition. Dennis Hurley, the defense secretary, wrote that he had hoped these supplies would encourage the Nigerians to look to the United Kingdom for their future purchases of defense equipment. You see, they supplied Nigeria with everything that the Nigerian government needed against a region that only produces what they can use to fight. No government came to our rescue. No country to our quest for freedom. We fought, we defended our land for complete 3 good years. In the midst of British supplies, in the midst of Soviet Union's assisting Nigeria, Biafran territory, Ojukwu defended Biafra land for complete 3 good years. That is to show you, to demonstrate to you that we have gallant men and women, if given the natural resources, if given the support, we can withstand even world powers. That if we have all that is needed, Nigeria is just a day job. We can be able to pursue them out of our land. So by mid-1968, Britain has supplied 15 million rounds of ammunition, 21,000 mortar bombs, 42,500 Harvey's rounds, 1,950 rifles with grenade launchers, 15,000 IBS of explosive, 500 machine guns, 4,000 rifles, and 4 helicopters. These are what the British government supplied Nigeria to fight against the indigenous people of Biafra, to prevent the Biafran people from being free. These arms exports were secretly stepped up at a time when killings were being widely reported in the press. About 1,000 people of the Igbo ethnic group who predominantly in Biafra were killed in Benin City by local people with the acquiescence of the federal government forces. The New York Review noted in December 1967. Our people died in their numbers. Our people were killed. A lot of people supported Nigeria against the Biafran region. What were our crime? Fighting to be free. What were our crime? Fighting to survive. What were our crimes? Saying no to an Islamic Nigeria. Very, very sad and very, very unfortunate. A further 700 Igbo males. So it's become very imperative for the world to know that Britain supported the massacre of our people in Asaba. About 700 Biafran males were rounded up and shot dead in cold blood. In cold blood, these male and these males, what are their crimes? What are their crimes? Because Britain wanted to maintain their investment, their criminal enterprise, their evil Nigeria at the behest of the people. They wanted to annihilate us from the face of the earth. They never wanted us to survive. They never wanted us to live. They never wanted us to enjoy our God-given land. The British people have demonstrated how evil that they are. And we will continue to call them out for these atrocities that they continue to commit against our people. No, 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 no. Sit down on the Sorry, like I said before, I'm still, and whenever I'm distracted, please bear with me, Biafrans. You know, we are multitasking. Thank you. So these arms exports were secretly stepped up at a time when killings were widely reported in the press. About 1,000 of our people who were predominantly Biafrans were killed in Edo State in Benin City by the people, by the locals who are aligned with the Nigerian forces. 700 more was also killed. We are lined up in Asaba and shot at point-blank range in town of Asaba in January 68, the Observer reported at that time. According to eyewitnesses, the Nigerian commander ordered the execution of every Igbo male over the ages of 10 in the town. You can imagine. Britain was aware of all these atrocities. Daddy, give me that. Britain were aware of all these atrocities committed against the Biafran people. You can imagine a 10 years old Biafran child, or what crime has she or has he committed for the Nigerian government to say that every male child should be shot dead? Every male child from the ages of 10, they were being killed in Asaba because of the natural resources that Biafra land has to offer. Humanitarian suffering, especially starvation, was severe as a result of the federal government blockade of Biafra. Pictures of starving and malnourished children went around the world, and the Nigerian government was widely seen to be engaging in atrocities against civilians, including apparently indiscriminate airstrikes in an increasing brutal war. So the Nigerian government were committing war genocide. Britain saw the genocide, supported the genocide, helped in committing the genocide because of the natural resources, oil and gas that came from Biafra land. To the extent that every male child was ordered to be shot dead by the British and the Nigerian government. By beginning of 1968, British files referred of between 70 to 100,000 Biafrans in the war. The Red Cross estimated there were around 600,000 refugees in Biafra and was trying to arrange supplies to meet need estimated at about 30 tons a day. Public and parliamentary pressure in Britain to halt arms export to Nigeria was now rising, with 70 Labour MPs filing a motion for an embargo in May 1968. Yet the real extent of arms supply by Britain was concealed from the public by the government. So even as Britain government were supplying arms to Nigeria, there are some good British people, like our leader Mazin Nandekano always tell us. Some people are people of good conscience. In Britain, there are over 70 MPs filed a motion to place arm embargo. But the government of Britain, these people were not in control of the government. They were actually speaking against the British government, while the British government was secretly concealing the arms they sell to Nigeria from the eye of the public. Throughout 1967 and 68, Labour ministers told Parliament that Britain was essentially neutral in the conflict and was continuing to supply arms to Nigeria on the same basis as before the war. Wilson misinformed the House of Commons on 16 May 1968 that we have continued the supply of arms by private manufacturers in this country exactly on the basis that it has been in the past, but there have been no special provision for the needs of the war. So they were, protecting their image in the international community while they were secretly funding, supplying the arms that are wiping out the generation of Biafrans. Britain and all those who participated in Howard Wilson's government of 1968, their generations are going to experience what Biafran experienced between 1967 to 1970. And it is happening before the eyes today. Britain is being overrun by the same against Biafran people. The forces of government that hang on these fires, it will be to throw away the credit for and just when nice to have it. So, a lot of the Nigeria have now been able to, they have gotten an upper hand. So therefore, this is not time for them to withdraw, thereby supplying more arms to the terrorist Nigerian state. Then could not halt the supply of arms, since such an outcome will seriously put at risk about £200 million of British investment in a non-Biafran Nigeria. George Thompson explained to Howard Wilson in private. You see, because of monetary gains, because of financial gains, because of what the British government stand to gain from our land, look at how our people were looking. Our people were malnourished. Our people were left to die. Our people died in their numbers because the British government was so much concerned about our natural resources than saving the lives of unarmed civilians, saving the lives of civilians who are faced with the barrens of the gun by the terrorist Nigerian state. It will not be well with Britain. Because of this singular act, the British government will experience more worse of what they made the Biafran people to undergo between 1967 to 1970. Chukwu Okike Abiama will certainly punish them for the atrocity they committed against our people. It was at this point that British officials sought to counter widespread public opposition to the Nigerian government by helping it improve its presentation of its policies. British officials urged the Nigerian government to convince the outside world that it was not engaged in genocide and to suggest that it backed a ceasefire and humanitarian access to Biafra. So, while they were committing genocide against our people, they were also promoting their image abroad, telling the Western media that they are supporting humanitarian access to Biafra, that they are not committing genocide. But British actually know that Nigeria was committing genocide in Biafran land and also was helping them because they were doing what we call psychological warfare. While they were promoting their image, trying to present Nigeria as, oh, not committing genocide in our land, they were actually aiding Nigeria to commit genocide against the Biafran people. High Commissioner Hunt suggested to Gowon that the Federal Air Force be used for psychological warfare and to drop leaflets over Biafran town, which will help the government score a propaganda point. Thank God that this declassified information is out. People can now understand and know the atrocity committed by the British government Boris Johnson. And that is the reason why he is in Biafra land today, telling you how much he loves Nigeria, telling you how much he feels secure in Nigeria, because the atrocity that they committed, I think at his age, I don't think he has a child. If he has, that child is going to be cursed from his generation. Every person that participated and downplayed the atrocity committed against our people is going to receive his own part of the punishment. Other officials noted that their support for Nigeria was under attack and that our ability to sustain it depends very much on implementing enlightened and humane federal policies and securing public recognition for them. They argued that what was needed was good and well-presented Nigerian policies which permit that they support to continue. You know, they need a policy from the Nigerian government to permit them to continue in what they are doing. So they have to present a public image laundering policies so that they see themselves as lords. They see themselves as good people in Biafra land and in Nigeria. Why by proxy they vote that help Nigeria to commit genocide against our people? The fact that presidential issues were much more British official that yes, of course, waiting government of many concerned to be forced by public pressure to withdraw duty of funds. It ruled out the court of change policy. Taking our support for the federal government find us in a position in which we are in comparatively good terms with the side which is in an overwhelming advantage position. They were congratulating themselves. The same month, the Red Cross estimated that over 2.3 million Biafrans were in their need, facing shortage of food and medical aid. Wilson did not succumb to the growing public pressure. The month after the Red Cross Day warning, he told Gowon the British government, for their part, has steadfastly maintained their policy of support for federal Nigeria, and have resisted all suggestions in Parliament and in the press for a change in that policy, particularly in regard to arms supplies. You can see this is a testament of what we are saying. Why Britain was being criticized, just like today, the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu scenario has played out. British don't care, they don't give a damn about what happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as their citizen. They don't give a damn about what happens in Biafra. As long as their investment is protected, they support every action Nigeria government takes against the Biafran people. This is why Biafran people should wake up, rise up, and defend their land, and fight off Britain and Nigeria out of our land. The Foreign Office again made it clear its primary interest. The whole of our investment in Nigeria, and particularly our oil interests in the southeast and the Midwest, will be at risk if we change our policy of support for the federal government. You see, because of their oil, they supported Nigeria. Because of their oil, they committed genocide in Biafra. Because of the oil, they jailed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because of the oil, they imprisoned Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. Because of the oil, they are bombarding Biafran territory. But it's not going to last long, because this time we must be free out of British hold. Nothing is going to change that. In November 1968, a group of parliamentarians in the Committee for Peace in Nigeria met Harold Wilson and urged him to halt arms sales and press for a ceasefire, estimating that there could be 2 million dead from starvation and death by the end of the year. Wilson rebutted this idea and 2 days later agreed to supply Nigeria with aircraft for the first time in a covert deal, the file show. Harold Wilson will never die good. He never died good, and his generation will never see peace. They can never know peace for this singular atrocity against our people. Even when he was begged to relax this arms supply to Nigeria, he ignored the warnings and continued to romance with Nigeria to kill Biafrans. The Nigerians had long pressed Britain to supply jet aircraft, especially to attack the runways used by Biafran forces for military purposes, but which were also used to deliver humanitarian aid. Wilson said that the Britain could not supply these directly, but there were such aircraft in South Yemen and Sudan previously exported by Britain. The Nigerian, he said, should procure the aircraft from them, which would not directly involve the British government. You see, they were playing games with the life of the Biafran people. The British company that arranged the deal was Airwork, which was later to be used by the British government to conceal its involvement in its covert war in Yemen. The British government also agreed to put the Nigerians in touch with suitable pilots. British arms supplies were stepped up again later in the month. Foreign Secretary Michael Stewart said the Nigerian could have a further 40,000 more mortar guns and 2,000 rifles. Some 36 million rounds of ammunition had also been supplied in the previous few months. All these arms and ammunition were being used against the indigenous Biafran population. The Metel Gowon Stewart instructed High Commission in Lagos that we are certainly ready to consider a further application to supply similar arms in the future. He concluded, if there's anything else for ground warfare which you think they need and would help speed up the end of the fighting, please let us know and we will consider urgently whether we can supply it. At the same time, the Foreign Office was instructing its missions around the world to provide disinformation about the extent of this arms supply. So, while the British government romances with Nigeria to kill Biafrans, the British government also instructed their missions abroad to send out conflicting informations, to continue to downplay what is happening, to send disinformation about the extent of the arms that they are being supplied. In other words, if they supply 20 arms to Nigeria, they tell you it's 2, because they do not value the life of Biafrans. They do not care. He sent a memo to diplomatic post on November stating that we wish to discourage suggestions that the Nigerians in their recent meeting with British officials were seeking to negotiate. It seems a memo to diplomatic post on November 22 stating that we wish to discourage suggestions that the Nigerians in their recent meetings with British officials were seeking to negotiate a massive arms deal. Rather, our policy of supplying in reasonable quantities of the kind of traditionally supplied to Nigeria will be maintained. but no change in the recent pattern of supply is to be expected. So they were telling their missions not to report the extent of what was happening, their negotiation of arms deal with the Nigerian state. Rather, for their missions to continue to lie to the general public. By the last month, 2 months of 1968, with hundreds of thousands now dead, the fighting have reached a stalemate. The federal government are taking all Biafran territory apart from a small enclave considering of 3 million people in an area the size of the British county of Kent. Biafrans were dependent on two airstrikes from outside supply, which were limited by both Ojukwu, Gowon's and Ojukwu's refusal to allow sufficient numbers of aircraft to land. Humanitarian agencies were continued calls for a ceasefire as suffering, especially starvation, had reached crisis proportion. Sorry. However, Daddy, give me water. Wilson told Gowon in November, we shall continue to maintain our presently policy despite this heavy pressure on us. Foreign Secretary instructed Lord Shepherd on a visit to Lagos to tell Gowon of the extraordinary steps Britain was taking to support him. Gowon should realize, Stewart said, that the opposition to British policy cuts right across the normal political or party divisions in the country, and it is especially strong in the various churches. It will be recalled that during all these atrocities, it was the Labour Party that was in charge. Harold Wilson's Labour Party were the ones who were carrying out these atrocities against the Biafran nation, against the Biafran people. The same Labour Party is the party that Peter Obi, with all the whole parties, ran into to come and deceive Biafrans in 2023 about election. The same party that supervised the genocide against the Biafran people is the same party that Peter Obi joined to fight against Biafran Restoration Project. He also said that a similar feeling is also expressed within the cabinet itself, suggesting that Britain's support for Nigeria was being provided on a very thin basis. While all these atrocities were happening, Britain was downplaying the enormous destruction of lives and properties that the Nigerian government forces are committing in Biafra land. The Wilson government was also keen to present itself as engaged in the search for peace. The files show that officials understood that a failure to appear to be active on this front made it harder to publicly justify their support for the Nigerian government. The British government policy sought to avoid the involvement of the United Nations in peace negotiations and was intended to support Nigeria to achieve a solution in its terms only, you see. While the international community, the United Nations, tried to get involved in peace negotiations, Britain made sure that those negotiations never happened because, according to them, they want Nigeria to achieve their aims and objectives 100%. The government's public statement consistently blamed the Biafrans but not the federal government for obstructing peace negotiations and the delivery of humanitarian aid. The government in Lagos feared that the Biafran will use the cover of humanitarian suppliers to slip in arms delivery. Biafrans believe the federal government will poison their food. A lot of misinformation. British were telling the world that the Biafran people are not in support here. They don't want peaceful negotiations. This was because they had access to the media. They had access to the international media, so they were blocking every effort for ceasefire while promoting the atrocity of the Nigerian government against Biafra. The leaders of both sides were responsible for the failure to deliver adequate humanitarian aid, but starvation of the Biafrans was not an accident or simply a byproduct of the war. It was deliberate policy of the Gowon regime in conjunction with the British government. By March 1969, Wilson continued to inform the public that we continue to supply on a limited scale arms, not bombs, not aircraft, to the government of Nigeria because we have always been their supplier. Not only was this untrue, as a result of the agreement late the previous year, on the very same day as in this interview, the government approved export of 19 million rounds of ammunition, 10,000 grenades, and 39,000 mortar bombs. A day before the Wilson interview, a Foreign Office official privately wrote that we have, over the last few months, agreed to supply large quantities of arms and ammunition to Nigeria to assist them in finishing the war in the absence of any further peaceful negotiation. He also noted that we have flown small arms ammunition to Nigeria using Monster Airport in Kent without attracting unfavorable press comments. It was perhaps no surprise that Gowon could write to Wilson in April saying that of all the governments in the Western world, yours have remained the only one that have openly maintained its policy of arms supply to my government. France, Belgium, and the Netherlands, among others, had all announced a halt while the US continued its policy of not supplying arms to either side. So while Britain maintains its support for Nigeria, France, Belgium, and Netherlands, among others, US did not want to get involved in the war, not to support Nigeria or even to support Biafra. And as a result, a lot of Biafrans lost their lives. Our people died and died and died because of the atrocities of Britain, because of their supplies to Nigeria, because of their assistance, both logistics. Our people died as a result. And this will be our prayer for them, that what happened in Biafra land between 1967 to 1970 will double in their territory as well. Okay. Yeah. So what happened, Britain did to us, they are going to pay the price. Two senior Air Force officers secretly visited Nigeria in August 1969 to advise the government on how they could better prosecute the air war. The main British interest, the files made clear, was to better protect the oil installations, but the brief for the two officers stated that this impression should not be given to the Nigerians. The two officers subsequently advised Nigeria commanders on neutralization of the rebel airstrips It was understood that destruction of the airstrip would put them out of use for daylight humanitarian relief flights, although it is not clear whether the specific British advice was put into action. In December 1969, just before the federal government final push that crushed the Biafrans, Foreign Secretary Michael Stewart was still calling for stepping up military assistance even further. The British supplies, he wrote, have undoubtedly been the most effective weapons in the Grand War and has spearheaded all the major federal advances. When Biafran resistance ended in mid-January 1970, Wilson sent another private message to Gowon saying that your army has won a decisive victory and achieved your great aim of preserving the unity and integrity of Nigeria. He added, as you know, I and my colleague have believed all along are right, and we have never wavered in our support for you. Your government and your policy, despite the violent attack which have been made on us at times in Parliament and in the press as well as overseas. The Deputy Commissioner in Lagos added there is genuine gratitude, as indeed there should be, for what Britain has done and it shall be doing for this country, and in particular for Her Majesty's government entourage in literally sticking to their guns over Biafra. The toll of the war was assessed in a report from the British High Commission at the end of the month. It maintained that up to 2 million people were being fed with food relief supplies, around 700,000 of whom were refugees in camp dependent entirely on food aid. Three, So while the British government were committing atrocities in our land, they were protecting their image. While they were destroying the livelihood of the Biafran people, while their government were focused on the destruction of Biafra land, where their government were focused on making sure that Biafra land is destroyed, they were presenting themselves before international community as saints. They were presenting themselves as people of good conscience. They were presenting themselves as people who were living by the rules of the game. The British were presenting themselves as people who love humanity. Even when members of their cabinets on the opposition party were telling them that these atrocities is not welcomed in this territory, Harold Wilson and the government in power at that particular time, the Labour Party, were downplaying the atrocities that the Nigerian government continued to commit in our land. The Labour Party, if you are a Biafran anywhere that you are, if you associate yourself with the Labour Party, you are a killer of your people. You are a supporter of genocide against your people. You are a promoter of genocide against the Biafran people. You supported the orchestrated plan to kill 700 Biafran male and female. Males were shot dead in Asaba. And there was a policy to kill every male child from the age of 10. Labour Party supervised all these atrocities that happened in Biafran territory by 1967 till date. And when you see that we call out P2B, this is the reason why we are calling him out. P2B is privy to this information. P2B is aware of all this information, of all the atrocity that the British committed against our people. And I will encourage Biafran to share this classified document so that people should read and know what Britain did, what P2B did in supporting the Labour Party to come and contest for presidency against the Biafran people that were fighting for their freedom. Of all the parties, P2B accepted to be a Labour Party candidate, a party that supervised the genocide against his people, a party that supported the killing of every male child between the ages of 10, a party that destroyed our women and children, a party that starved our people to death, a party that was supplying arms and ammunition to the Nigerian government even when the world was crying out and said, stop. This is what they did against our people. It will never be well with them. The toil of the war was assessed in a report for the British High Commission at the end of the month. It mentioned that up to 2 million people were being fed with food relief supplies, around 700,000 700,000 of whom were refugees in camp dependent entirely on food aid. 3 million refugees were crowded into a 2,500 square kilometers enclave in Biafra, where not only food but medicine, housing, and clothing were in short supply. The Biafran economy were shattered. Cities were in ruins, and schools, hospitals, and transport facilities destroyed. This is what P2B and those who are fighting against Biafra are supporting. This information was classified, but it has been declassified for people to know what actually transpired between 1967 to 1970. And if you are a Biafran and you listen and you have read this declassified document and you are not angry at P2B, you are not angry at Labour Party, you are not angry at British, you are not angry at Nigeria, then your paternity and your maternity is questionable because you are not a full-blooded Biafran. Biafrans, I really appreciate every one of you who joined me today. I will open up the lines. If there is anybody who has a contribution to make, you are very much free to make it. Very much free to make your contribution. Our people have died. Our people have died in the hands of the Nigerian government. They have killed us enough. This Britain supported the killing of our people. They supported the genocide that happened. And for that singular act, Britain will never be free from terrorism. Join us and make your contribution. Thank you so much, Biafrans, for being part of this program. Join us and make your contributions. Join us and make your contribution. The life of our people were trampled upon by Britain and the Nigerian government. They tried to annihilate us from the face of the earth. They killed our people in millions. They could not break our resolve to be free. They have come once again to continue on their atrocities, but they are not going to succeed. Yes, we are standing gidigbam gidigbam. We will continue to stand and defend our life. The Biafran government will continue to do the needful to protect the lives of our women and children and protect our territory. No matter what happens, we must be free. We need to be free, and we will be free. If you have any contribution to make, you can call the number on the screen or join us and make your contribution. Very, very important. Our land must be liberated. Our land must be liberated. Our land must be liberated from Britain.
They collude. They collude. They collude with the on the armed forces to stop the killings, you will all die one by one. Every one of us must rise up. The armed forces are not neutral. They collude. They collude. They collude with the armed bandits. They kill people, kill Nigerians. They facilitate their movements. They cover them. If you are depending on the armed forces to stop the killings, you will all die one by one.
James, I want to thank him. February 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me, evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowwater Massacre, more than 80 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians' lives continue to live in constant threat. The United States has previously recognized this crisis, not only designated Nigeria as a particular concern during his first term, but redesignated again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably religious persecution to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal shut down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, for fiscal year 2025, the U.S. $1 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understand as they meet their own struggle. Why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe in your professional assessment that the government of Nigeria is infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforced rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. How has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation?
They have taken the designation seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the senior officials of
Biafrans, lovers of freedom, if you have any contribution to make, you can join us and make your contribution. I want to remind us once again that starting on the 15th till 19th of November of December 2025, it's a sit at home, 40 states in Biafra land. This sit at home is being put in place by the de facto government in the homeland. The aim and objective of this sit at home is the eviction
Vale 300, 300. Vale 300.
the aims and objective of this sit at home is to total eviction of Nigerian facilities from Biafran territory. In other words, you can see what happened between the case of our leader, where they judged and convicted our leader with no law known to man, and they are still occupying our territories. We cannot allow that to happen. So therefore, Biafrans are advised to sit at home on this 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th of December, while the Biafran Defense Forces will start their delegitimization program against the terrorist Nigerian state. So inform your people, inform your communities, inform your families, inform your state, your relations and relatives. This very day should be respected. The Biafran Defense Forces will make use of this very day So everybody should be sitting at home so that the Biafran Defense Forces will do their job. Very, very important. Biafran Oracle. Okay, let me bring you in. Biafran Oracle, good morning from here, my brother. Can you hear me? Biafran Oracle, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Welcome to the questionnaire and good morning from here, or good afternoon from here, rather.
Yeah, good afternoon. Okay, yeah, it's still good morning. So,
There,
my
Omar.
brother, yes, my brother, I've been listening to you since. So, in addition to what you have already said, you know, it's clear and very, very, very much obvious that everyone that contributed in making sure that our people go through what they went through during the war must essentially test what our people tested during the war. Now you see the UK. Boris Johnson is just playing. Boris Johnson is just playing. He just jumping around, making fool of himself. I can bet you that his children and his grandchildren will not get close to the Biafran, I mean the British government in the next 2 to 3 to 5 years. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes, you are right.
His children, grandchildren will be turned to slave in UK in the next few years. I don't know if he's thinking like that because it's very clear and it's obvious that Islam has taken over the UK. There's nothing they can do about it. And as it is, there is nothing Boris Johnson is going to do about it. Boris Johnson to just get his children prepared to become slaves or to convert to Islam or whatever means it may be for them to be able to stay in the UK. Otherwise, they are going to, look for safety somewhere else. That is something I don't know if Boris Johnson is thinking about. That's for Britain. Now we have seen in Nigeria's who contributed, in so that our people suffer. You can see what is happening. What is happening? The terrorism you see, it is
Can't hear you, Mazi. It's like Mazi is having some challenges. Terrorism that is happening in Nigeria
some challenges.
is being orchestrated and supported by the British government. Just like they downplayed the atrocities that they committed in 1967
Can you hear me now?
to 70.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
So what I'm trying to say, yes, the terrorism that is going on in Nigeria is orchestrated by the British, fine. But I'm trying to put this argument or this thought forward that it is not only about that. As you can see, that their efforts to overrun Nigeria is already failing. It's already failing. And I know that at the end of the day, these Fulani terrorism these Fulani terrorists and whatever they are doing, they are going to run out. Something will happen as you see Trump coming now. Trump will eventually come, and these people will run like they run away from one of the African countries that they wanted to do what they're doing in Nigeria today. It will still happen. But what am I trying to say? Why has God allowed this to come to pass? It is for, just like Ojukwu told Gowon, that you'll be alive to see your people slaughtered. You will watch your people being killed as you are killing my people unprovoked. Ojukwu told Gowon that you will be alive to see your people being slaughtered, being killed. As you can see, that was Ojukwu prophesying. And today, God has allowed that word to come to pass. For those regions,
Yes.
for those areas who contributed to the sufferings of the Biafrans in 1967 to 70, to be able to test what the Biafrans tested during those days. Most especially the killings, the senseless killings of the children and women, senseless killing of our children and our women using hunger as a weapon. And as you can see, it's already happening here. These terrorists started by making sure there is food scarcity. Some part of these regions are hungry today. Some part of Nigeria are hungry today. They are hungry. They don't have food. And some of them are dying out of hunger. Some are dying out of bullets. Some are dying out of terrorism. This is God coming in to repay them. Why Nigeria? Why terrorism? You can ask. Why Nigeria? Why terrorism? Why Nigeria? Why senseless killings everywhere? And moreover, let those terrorists come. Let terrorists understand that Nnamdi Kanu did not just say it was hinged on something, and I believe it. And this is my opinion, that these people were, and a lot of our people that was innocently shed, it's going to be you. These people, these terrorists, these Fulani terrorists, or whatever, as they come, their blood will be shed to appease the blood of our people who is still crying for justice from the ground.
Are you there? The blood of the innocent Biafrans that were shed between 1967 to 70 are in revenge. Everyone that participated in that genocide, they are going to be alive to witness how their people we fell by the bullets of the gun. Britain witnessed death of thousands and millions of Biafrans. They themselves are going to experience what the Biafran people experienced between 1960 to 1970. Mazi, welcome back. If you can hear me, go ahead.
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Just like what I was telling you. I was asking that question. I say, why Nigeria? Why terrorism? Why Nigeria? Why senseless killing? It is not a coincidence. It is not a rocket science. It is a step by God. It is a step by nature to make sure that those regions, those people, including UK and all other countries that contributed to the sufferings of the Biafrans, might test what they gave to the Biafrans to test. Might that they may drink from the same cup they gave the Biafrans to drink from. There's noise. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, there's a lot of noise coming from the background. Okay, so it is not. This is what it is. Like I said, this terrorism, this Fulani terrorists, and whatever they are doing today, they will eventually fail. They are not going to. They may not be able. If they are going to overrun Nigeria, it should be the north and the southwest. But the southeast is not. But they are coming to the southeast to be killed, so that their blood will be used to appease the blood of our people that is still crying for justice. The blood those blood that was shed during those innocent blood that was shed are still crying from the ground. That this will come so that their own blood will also spill on that same ground, that the voice of our people who died in the war could rest, so that they can rest. This is what it is. They will come, they will die, and they have been coming and they have been dying. They have been coming to provide their blood, so that the blood that is the blood of our people that is crying from the ground can rest. So that's about that. So this is what it is. So for the British, for Boris Johnson, who came and saying that he felt more what did he say? He said he felt more safe, much safe in Imo State. You know why? That's a stupid and a careless talk. For him to prove to us that he felt more safe in Imo State, I think he himself with Ozodema and the others, they would have showed up on the street without security agencies, without armor tanks surrounding them. They would have showed up on the street, or they would go to Niger State, they will go to any other place just to walk on the street, and let's see who will come for them. Unfortunately, our people on the streets might not come for our people in Igbo land might not come for Boris Johnson on the street, but we know the people that will still do it, so that they can bring all the blame upon our people. You understand that? I hear me.
I'm hearing you, Mazi.
Yeah. So we know the people. We know how they run. We know how they flow. They will eventually. Boris Johnson is found on the street. We know people who are going to deal with him and kill him, so that the Igbo man, so that they can put it upon the head of the Igbo man, that they see Boris Johnson went to Igbo land and see what happened. So we know. So we know those propaganda. So I want to tell Boris Johnson that Boris Johnson, shame on you. Boris Johnson, shame on you. That the destruction your government from the onset planned against the Igbo man has not succeeded up until now. And you think you can still do what at this point? Now, concerning the war, I will add that the plan of the British was not to allow any living thing in Biafra land. Their plan was to exterminate, not genocide itself. Genocide is when you want to finish everything, every living thing that is not trees and fowl and chicken, every living thing that has to do with breath of a human being. You plan to exterminate, you plan to kill and destroy everything, so that at the end of the day, there will be nothing breathing as a human being in Biafra land. That was the plan of the British people. And it was planned, and they planned to do it in I think in 4 weeks. That's according to history. They plan to do this. They plan to exterminate everything in Igbo land in 4 weeks. They want to kill everything. But God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob came in upon all the fighter jets they came in with. They came in with fighter jets that were used in the World War. They came in with all manner of weapons supplied. They came in with all manner of propaganda, and they failed. They couldn't do anything. Though our people died, but they didn't win that war. They didn't win that war. It was because our people go on realized, according to Martin and the Khan, because go on realized that America was about to turn to support the Biafrans, and go on quickly negotiated, and for the war to end. That was all. Had it been that war went forth, according to, we all learned this from Nandikan. Had it been the war went for about from few months more, it would have been like this. It's because the Biafran does not have presence in Washington. Gowon learned from his own people in Washington that, yeah, look, America is coming. They want to turn around. They want to support the Biafrans, and go on run to end the war. So they did not defeat anybody. They didn't defeat the Igbo man. They didn't defeat the Igbo man. So I said, Boris Johnson, shame unto you. Shame unto you. We will stay in Biafra land and mock you when Muslims must have taken over your UK. When you will run and go into exile, when you are convert, when your children will convert, forced to wear hijab, when your male children will forced to become Muslims, we will have to mock you. We will have to laugh at you for your stupidity today. For your stupidity today, that your house is burning and you went about pursuing rats. Your house is burning. Boris Johnson, your house is burning and you're running about pursuing rats. Boris Johnson, don't you have sense? How many mayors are in the UK that are not Muslims? All the mayors, all leadership positions, majority of the leadership positions in the UK are manned by Muslims. And they are compelling you to remove the cross.
Exactly. Can you hear me, Mazi? I can't hear you. Boris Johnson and Britain must be ashamed of themselves. After killing our people between 1967 to 70, they came back to laugh at us. They came back to mock us. But we are promising them that this time around, Biafra is going to be free out of ex-Nigeria. Their plans against the Biafran nation have failed on arrival. Their company, Nigeria, is in total shambles. And everything will be done to destroy that evil entity. Everything must be done to make sure that Nigeria is evicted from Biafra land. Britain can go back to Britain and lick their wounds. Biafra land can never be their safe haven again for oil exploitation, because our people have paid with their lives. And this is the time for our people to be free.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Like I was saying, I said Boris Johnson, shame on him. I said Boris Johnson, don't you think at all? Boris Johnson, your house is burning and you're chasing rats. Boris Johnson, UK is burning and Boris Johnson is chasing rats in Imo State. Is that not wonderful? Is that not wonderful? The man whose house is burning, the man who stands to lose his house, his UK, his country, his position to Muslim extremists is taking right to state. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? chasing rats in Imo State. Now, as it stands, he will face it because very soon, very soon, very soon, Nnamdi told them that if UK didn't take off their hands in anything that has to do with the Biafran, that Muslims take over, and that is happening now. Very soon, Boris Johnson and his children will have to convert to Muslims if they want to live in the UK. And as you can see, it seems like that is not bothering him at all. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's not bothering him in any way.
It's not bothering him. That's not bothering him. But like I said, we will sit in Biafra and mock Boris Johnson when he will be looking for where to run into exile. Because if he did not convert to Islam in the UK, he must have to look for somewhere to run to, as in living UK for exile, and that's about it. So shame on him. Shame on him that he is still planning. He is still
Shame on to Britain. The atrocities are in the open domain. Mazi, can you hear me?
Are you there?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. If you can hear me, go ahead, Mazi. So, Biafrans, listeners, wonderful people, we want you to understand that this is the time for us to be free. This is the time for us to be free, and we must be free. We must be free. Mazi, can you hear me? We must be free out of the terrorist Nigerian state. We must be free from the hands of the terrorist British who are supporting our oppressor. All their evil intentions against the Biafran people have already failed on arrival. Our land must be protected. Our land must be salvaged from the terrorism Britain and Nigeria brought to us. On the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th of December, the Biafran Defense Forces, the angels of God, will tour the 40 states of Biafra land in order to send away the terrorists that have been occupying our bushes, our land, and terrorizing our people. They have killed us enough. This is our time to retaliate. This is our time to evict them out of our land. And this time around, nothing is going to save them. Nothing will save them. Nothing will prevent the calamity that is going to befall them. Okay, man, I'm on broadcast too. I'm on broadcast. I'm on broadcast. Nothing is going to save the British government in their evil plans against our people. Together with the Nigerian government, their plans of 1967 to 1970 that never materialized will not materialize in this generation. We are here to save our land and protect our people, and nothing anybody can do to stop what is to come. To stop what is to come,
increase security, respond to early warnings, end impunity, and address the drivers of violence. And colleagues, we need to see African leadership on these matters, and we need to see a coordinated response among all countries in the region. The situation is critical. The United States will continue to work with partners to counter these common threats. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for chairing this important meeting. Thank you to our briefers, Secretary General Guterres, and ECOWAS Commission President Dr. Touré. Colleagues, as we speak, Al-Qaeda affiliated terrorists in the Sahel have paralyzed Mali with a fuel block. Colleagues, the situation is dire there. We see Al-Qaeda aiming to take over the entire country. The United States acknowledges the counter-terror efforts of the Malian armed forces against these and other terrorist organizations such as ISIS, Sahel, but the situation is worsening quickly. We remained deeply concerned about the incidents of kidnapping, the incidents of hostage-taking across the Sahel as a means to finance these terrorist activities. Unfortunately, since the veto of the UN sanctions regime in 2023, it has been deeply disappointing to see the security situation continue to deteriorate. That decision removed critical tools from the international community that it relied on to promote accountability and to promote stability. And the result has been an uptick, a massive surge in violence, has been a shrinking space for dialogue and growing risk for civilians, the country, and across the region. The terrorist threats are not only intensifying, they are spreading, they're shifting southward, as evidenced by the terrorist attacks we've seen in Benin and Togo. But particularly, the United States is concerned and outraged by the ongoing slaughter of thousands of Christians in Nigeria by various ethnic militias in the Middle Belt, as well as terrorists like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa in the north. It is tragic, and it is unacceptable. Churches are burning, villages are being razed, thousands are killed, clergy murdered simply for wearing a cross, for being a Christian, for daring to say they worship Jesus as Christ. Just yesterday, 25 little girls were kidnapped from their school, and one school official murdered trying to protect them from MAGA Comprehensive Girls Secondary School in Kpaid State. Colleagues, this is happening. It's undeniable, and it's unacceptable. The United States condemns these attacks in the strongest terms, and it demands accountability. And as President Trump has made clear, we will not stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria. The government of Nigeria must take immediate steps and do more to increase security, respond to early warnings, end impunity, and address the drivers' violence. And colleagues, we need to see African leadership on these matters, and we need to see a coordinated response among all countries in the region. The situation is critical. The United States will continue to work with regional partners to counter these common threats. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for this statement.
This legislation would...
And I'll give the
thank
floor
you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of H.R. 4397, the Muslim Brotherhood Designation Act of 2025, led by Representatives Mario Diaz-Balart and Jared Moskowitz. This bill would designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization and establish a process for designating its members, branch affiliates as terrorists. The bill amends the Anti-Terrorism Act and treats the Muslim Brotherhood in the same manner that the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, was treated during the height of its terrorist activities. It would prohibit Americans from transacting with the Brotherhood, prevent its members from entering the United States. This legislation would codify key elements of President Trump's recent executive order and provide a permanent statutory framework to address the ongoing threats by the Muslim Brotherhood and its violent offshoots. Despite its efforts to present itself as a mainstream political or social movement, the Muslim Brotherhood and its affiliates are rooted in an extremist ideology with a long history of supporting terrorism. Founded in 1928 by Hassan el-Banna in Egypt, the goal from the beginning was to establish a global caliphate based on Islamic supremacy, to restructure societies and governments according to its interpretation of Sharia, and to advance a radical agenda. When I was stationed in Egypt, Mubarak was still there. He had Egyptian armed forces kick down doors and simply shoot who was in the room, Muslim Brotherhood. While the Brotherhood often maintains plausible deniability, many of its branches and affiliates provide the ideological justification, financial support, and recruitment pipelines for jihadist violence. The Brotherhood has directly inspired or supported terrorist organizations, including Hamas and Al-Qaeda. Its influence extends across the Middle East, Europe, and into the United States. The violence and instability it has fueled has already led Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the UAE, and Egypt to ban the organization outright. This bill would bring U.S. policy into alignment with our key regional partners. More importantly, the Muslim Brotherhood provides material support to these designated terrorist organizations. That fact is not speculation. It is documented in the Brotherhood's own internal strategy papers, including the 1991 explanatory memorandum on the general strategic goal for the group in North America, a document that was seized by the FBI in 2004 and admitted as evidence in the Holy Land Foundation terrorism financing trial. That document, written by a senior Muslim Brotherhood leader in the States, explicitly describes the Brotherhood's work here as a kind of, and I quote, kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house so that Islam is made victorious over all other religions and civilizations. It lists dozens of Brotherhood front organizations operating in the United States and outlines a long-term plan to infiltrate and undermine American institutions through a, quote, civilization jihadist process. That's the Muslim Brotherhood's own description of its mission on American soil, in its own words, recovered by our law enforcement. The threat that this violent Sharia extremist group poses to America is clear. The evidence is overwhelming, and the time to act is now. Designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization is long overdue, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4397, and I yield back.
Land of the rising, on we love and cherish, beloved home.
My fellow citizens,
We mourn our heroes past, we celebrate them, and our heroes living as we continue to fight on to see that Biafra is fully restored. Ise, 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 Ise. Welcome everyone to this emergency media press briefing from the office of the acting prime minister. And without wasting of our time, I will invite him to the screen. So the press and the media, the lovers of Biafra and lovers of Christians, I welcome and present to you the acting prime minister of the Biafran people, Honorable Prime Minister, acting prime minister, Excellency Honorable Okechukwu Nkere. You have the floor.
thank you very much, Minister of Information, Honorable Mazi Sonny Abarawa. Thank you and your entire team for the great work that you are doing for the Biafran people. My fellow citizens, as we are drawing closer to our freedom, to our total liberation, land from the hand of the enemy, the invaders, those that that have come to kill us, to occupy our land, to Islamize us, chase us out of our land. We need to be vigilant. I repeat, we need to be vigilant so that what happened in 1967 to 1970 will not repeat itself. We can see the playbook of the British government about itself. So we need to be very, very vigilant. I'm going to ask Minister of Information, Mazi Sonia Barawa here. He's going to be reading from the classified information from about what actually happened and transpired during the genocidal war against the Biafran people. And I also want to use the opportunity to acknowledge our leaders in detention and to let Biafrans know that what we are doing, our resistance, our fight for freedom is what we release them. We remember them, we appreciate them. We appreciate our heroes, all the brigade cabinet members, ministers, reps and admin, and all Biafrans in general. We appreciate everyone. Honorable Minister of Information, you can go ahead and read this vital information for Biafrans that are not aware of what happened from 1967 to 1970 and before 1967, so that we need to take our fellow citizens back to memory lane. We will not allow the playbook of the British government to repeat itself again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, APM, and thank you very much to all Biafrans. Please, as you join, you invite other people in because the APM is here to set the record straight. It is imperative for you to know that Britain facilitated the massacre of Biafrans in Nigeria to protect their oil interests and gas. And what you see today is that the U.S. government is American citizens. The lawmakers of America are working so hard to free the Biafran people from the Islamic jihadist terrorists, which Britain created. So Britain created the chaos, and then U.S. is now liberating. All right. On the 50th anniversary of the end of the Biafran War, the world's worst humanitarian crisis in the late 1960s, declassified British file shows that Harold Wilson's government secretly armed and backed U.S. aggression against the secessionist region. These are pictures of Biafrans in hungry mood, Biafran children at the Red Cross Food Distribution Center, photo by Peter Williams and Wikimedia. So we will be focusing on the important part because time will not permit us to read everything. All right. The then Labour government provided large quantities of arms to the Nigerian federal government, which by early 1970 had crushed an attempt by the country's eastern region of Biafra to gain independence, which it had declared in May 1967. During the 3 years of war, up to 3 million as Nigeria enforced a blockade on Biafra, causing widespread starvation amid considerable international opposition to the conflict. British policy was mainly shaped by its oil interests. The classified government document from the time show our direct interests are trade and investment, including an important stake by Shell, BP in the eastern region. The Foreign Office noted a few days before the outbreak of the war in 1967. Investment by Shell, BP,
then a joint company in Nigeria, which was partly owned by the British government, amounted to around 200 million pounds. At the time, the company was the largest producer of oil in Nigeria, most of which was in Biafra. Shell have to lose if the federal military government do not achieve the expected victory. George Thomas, Labour's Commonwealth Minister, noted in August 1967. He added, "The sole immediate British interest in Nigeria is that the Nigerian economy should be brought back to a condition in which our substantial trade and investment in the country can be further developed, and particularly so we can regain access to important oil installations. UK supplies of arms, which eventually enabled the Nigerian government to win the war, included millions of rounds of ammunition, hundreds of machine guns and grenades, thousands of mortar and artillery bombs, aircraft and armored personnel carriers. These supplies were massively stepped up while Labour Prime Minister Harold Wilson was telling Parliament that Britain was supplying arms to Nigeria at the same as before. He made the false claim that there was no special provision for the war. To supply arms and ammunition were taken at a time when it was clear they were being used against civilians. Wilson's agreement to supply patrol boats in 1967 was done in the knowledge that this will help the government of Nigeria maintain the sea blockade against Biafra. We would like to stop here because of time, since the APM is on emergency press briefing. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Minister. My fellow citizens, what happened 1967 to 1970, even to today, the British government, they are part of this genocidal war that is still happening till date. The British government are part of the sponsoring of the Boko Haram or the ISIS or the terrorist group because they support the activity. Please, we Biafrans, we try to exonerate the citizens, the innocent citizens of UK, or you call it the British people. Some of the citizens of the British, they might not be aware of what is happening, but I will try the best to educate them. They need to call their government to order. I repeat, some British are innocent, ignorant of what their government is doing. The British government, they are evil, they mastermind most of the atrocity, what is happening in the global community today. They aid and they abet these terrorists. They support them, they collude with them. What happened yesterday? The Nigerian official, including the illegitimate Southeast governors, hosted the former Prime Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson, in Biafra land. Prime Minister Johnson, during his speech, attempted to minimize the terrorism in Nigeria and the mass death that both Nigerian Christians and Biafrans have suffered. Most importantly, the Nigeria attempting to bring Prime Minister Johnson to Nigeria and then into Biafra land is a desperate ploy to have the UK stop the United States of America, the leader of the free world, from having Biafra recognition. I want to assure Biafrans not to be concerned. This is not 1967, when the UK was a major world power. The UK is now a second-rate European power. The UK gets its instruction from the US, not the other way around. In today's world, the US and President Trump will not be lectured by the British. As long as we have US support, UK will not be able to stop Biafra nor save Nigeria. UK should realize that their time is over and that they should withdraw themselves from Nigeria. The UK played a shameful role in the 1967 to 1970 Biafran civil war. They should be learning lesson for all of us and for them. My fellow citizens, since we know those that don't want our freedom to come, the number one country is the UK. They don't want Biafran people to be free. And I try to exonerate the innocent citizens of UK. They might not be aware, but the evil of the UK United Kingdom that committed globally, time is coming. It will hurt them as in. They need to repent, and we'll try the best we can to educate the citizens of UK about the atrocity of their government. They have an evil, wicked government. Remember the same British, United States of America fought a brutal war. When they asked for their freedom, British used to let United States of America go. Waste time for thousands, if not millions of people. Remember what happened in India? They also the UK, British people, they always choose the evil. They don't care about different citizens. I don't know what word to use for this man called Boris Johnson. He don't even deserve to use Prime Minister. I don't know what word because of being political correct. I know the kind of word I use for people like that. It's so shameful that he have chosen to walk in evil, dark path. When he visited Biafra land yesterday, I asked this man called Boris Johnson, how beautiful is Biafra? What do you see in the surrounding? Is it the good roads? Is it the good sewer system? These people have held us in bondage for years. Back in 1960s, UK they still play a significant role as a world superpower. They are going down the hill every day. And that is how they will be going down until. And before they crash, we pray that all the innocent civilians of UK exempted and on board before they crash. So that only the evil elites, the evil government, will crash. We all remember a man named P.E.OPLE.NDIGBOO.BIAFRANS. Few years ago, he quickly ran to the same UK to do what? To get instruction on how to stop Biafra from being free. And this man called P.E.OPLE.NDIGBOO.BIAFRANS came back with the so-called Labour Party. This is the same Britain Labour Party that killed millions of Biafrans. This is the same Britain Labour Party that they imposed on Nnamdi Azikiwe. Labour Party had never given the Biafran people the freedom they deserve. Not before, not now. They don't make meanwhile from people. This desperate attempt from the British government, because they know they are failing woefully. United States of America, the leader of the free world, we Biafran people will be U.S. vice ally. We work with U.S. to counter terrorism. We work to destroy all the evil government, all those that have come to kill us. We work with U.S. to make sure terrorists that don't want this free world to be free. I don't see no reason why no reason why United States of America is condemning being committed by the Nigerian terrorist states. Now they have colluded with these Islamic jihadist terrorists to kill the innocent Biafrans and also the innocent Nigerian Christians and the Biafran Christians. Boris Johnson, before I call him this evil Boris Johnson, I'm trying to use my word wisely here, choose my choice of word. If not, I will not political correctness. Boris Johnson did not, within the UK, condemning the killing of Christians, condemning the kidnapping or adoption of over 300 children from schools, did not condemn the killing of Christians in Benue, in Biafra land, in Plateau. My fellow citizens, what happened in 1967 to 1970? Are you going to allow that to happen? Whoever comes your way to stop you from getting your freedom, crush that person. British government should be ashamed of themselves. Few years ago, ambassador from the same UK or British, whatever you call them, was campaigning in Nigeria, forcing the Nigerian people to go and vote, all because of Biafra, because they don't want Biafra to be free. For those that still believe in one Nigeria, those that believe in Labour Party, remember, this is the same Labour Party that massacred your uncle your parents, your forefather, your auntie, nephews. This is the same Labour Party that put a blockage for Biafrans to be starved. America is the leader of the free world, not United Kingdom, not the British government. Their time is up. The real leader of the free world, United States of America, of which the current president is President Trump, will not be lectured or educated about what is happening in Nigeria or in Biafra land. It's all over the social media, and it's been trending for some time now, how the Nigerian terrorist state and the Islamic jihadists, how they are persecuting, how they are killing Biafran Christians and Nigerian Christians. I don't know why the UK turned a blind eye. And the so UK supposedly supposed to be a Christian country or nation. But what is happening in UK today is predicted. And in this prophecy, a great man called Mazin Namdekan, that UK will be Islamized. The reason is because they love the extremists. The reason is because they sponsor these extremists. They hate them. They love them. They should welcome these extremists to their land. And it's already happening. In UK today, some part of UK, you can't even preach the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. What goes around comes around. Encourage the British government to open their arms and welcome Boko Haram to their land. We encourage them to welcome ISIS, the Taliban, the Al-Qaeda, the ISWAP, all these terrorists, because they love them. My fellow citizens, it's time that we all unite and fight our one common enemy, the Islamic jihadist terrorists, the Fulani herdsmen, those that have come to Islamize our land, to chase us off out of our land, and to also expose the so-called UK government. What happened in 1967 to 1970 not repeat itself again. 1967 to 1970, UK government deceived the entire world, lying to them that what is happening is just a communal clash, headers, tongues clash. They deceived the world. But we thank God that today there's social media. Everything that happened is being exposed. And UK should pack their load. If they love Nigeria so much, they can go ahead and have their one Nigeria and have their Sharia law deal with the country called Nigeria. But as far as we Biafrans, we are not Nigeria. And we also have our leader Mazin Namdekan, who is a UK citizen with United Kingdom passport. They haven't even comment on the sentencing, life sentence of our leader Mazin Namdekan, nor even try to set him free. What does that tell you, my fellow citizens? They don't mean well for we Biafra. They are just after our riches, our oil and gas, after our resources in our land. They don't care about human life. They don't care about the Christians, Biafran Christians that have been massacred. These evil elite like Boris Johnson and others don't care about Biafran people. We are sure that Biafra must be free. If you are Biafra listening, my fellow citizens, just for what happened, not to happen again, Just remember how your fellow Biafrans were massacred, starved to death in millions. If that don't break your heart, if that don't make you shed tears, how Biafrans were starved to death by this British government. If that don't make you want to go crazy, that means you are not truly a Biafran. Remember 1967 to 70. The British people, they want to take us back to memory lane to remember the pains that they have caused to Biafran people. We will not forget. If they don't desist from their evil way, UK will be worse than Somalia. They will keep going down. If the citizens and patriots of UK don't rise up, condemn their government, for their government to desist from this evil act. They are evil. Boris Johnson, an evil man, stepped his foot in Biafra land, talking about how peaceful it is. Why thousands of Biafrans organs are being harvested every day by these terrorists. If not for the Biafran Defense Force, our land would have been overrun. If not for the Biafran Defense Force, him, Boris Johnson, would not have made it to even step his foot in Biafra land. We appreciate our BDF that are protecting Biafra land. We will keep defending them. Our freedom is not negotiable. Please, my fellow citizens, if you don't want what happened in 1967 to 1970 to happen again, our website is open 24/7. Kindly visit the website. Fund your freedom. You have seen that the UK, United so-called Kingdom of Evil Empire, they will not come and help us. They are complicit in this genocide that is happening against Christians in Nigeria, against Christians in Biafra. These people are evil. We Biafran people on this day, we call upon all the innocent citizens of UK, all the patrons of UK, rise up against your evil government. Tell your evil government to stop killing innocent Christians all over the world. They are complicit. They aid and abet terrorism. They dine and wine with terrorism. With these terrorists, it's so shameful. If you're a Biafran, you're not supported. And what you will gain. And the illegitimate governors in Biafra land still parading themselves, Biafran people will hold you responsible. They will hold you accountable when time comes. None of you will escape the judgment of Biafra. And for Boris Johnson, yes, you made it to Biafra land safely because we have our Biafra Defense Force fighting hard to protect Biafra land. Without our Biafra Defense Force, our land by now will have been overrun. Can somebody talk to this man before I call him fool? Boris Johnson. Why did he go to the IDP camp in Benue State? Why did he go to Plateau? Why did he visit all places that these terrorists have been terrorizing every day? They are trying to make themselves relevant in the international community face, but their time is gone. This is the era of the leader of the free world, United States of America, United States of the free world have taken the lead. UK, your time is up. Power to and go. We'll do everything humanly possible to protect Biafra land. What happened in 1967 to 1970 will not repeat itself again. UK can try to deceive the world as much as they can. Their time is up. Thank you, fellow citizens. Please fund your freedom. Support your freedom. We have seen what happened in 1967 to 1970. Some enemy of Biafrans are working hard to let what happened repeat itself again. That B.Johnson'S of Evil Empire demonstrated that yesterday. 2 years ago, the ambassador from UK to Nigeria demonstrated that trying to lure the Biafran people into the chamber fake scam election. Nigeria. We have seen how they demonstrate that by trying to use Peter Obi that killed Biafrans in Oji River, and Able Man for that matter too. We have seen what happened in 1967 to 1970 by the so-called Labour Party. The same Labour Party that they try to impose using P2B as their champion. Thank you from here. Fund your freedom. Fund your freedom. What we are doing, we release our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, our leaders in detention. And if the UK really meant well for the Imolite or the Biafra people, let them go and intervene in the case of Nnamdi Kanu. He's also a UK citizen. Thank you from here.
There were APM. There were APM. There were. And I welcome the original COS into the studio. And like our APM have just come and fund your freedom. The flyer on the screen is the flyer of the fundraising. So if you look to the left from your own screen, it may be to the right, you can see that there is a quote that was made by our Supreme Leader on the 2nd of November 2014. And it reads, "Then a group deadlier than Boko Haram will emerge. They will seize our farmland, rape our women, kill our people, and their masters will protect, defend, and even harm them the more, because their sole agenda is to enslave. Those who cannot see it now will soon see it. The hatred in their souls for my people is legendary. They do not see us as humans. They kill, they slaughter, they burn, and they destroy. Mindless bloodletting is in their DNA. My people are in trouble." Nnamdi Kanu, 2nd of December 2014. My dear people of Biafra, our APM has just spoken. And what you ought to do is to key in and fund your freedom. If you don't want to carry the dead bodies of your babies, women, and children in bags, our APM has also stressed that the reason why Biafra land is safe for everybody and for even an idiot like Boris Johnson, away from UK, and then has the guts to disgrace the people of UK because he did not speak to disgrace the people of Nigeria. The people of Nigeria have no shame. There is no shame on their faces. So he actually came to speak to disgrace UK as a country. It is because of these men and women you see here on the screen that have put their lives on the line. If not
300 and something babies would have also been kidnapped in our lands. How did they make that happen? They did not do that with their saliva. They did not do that with their teeth. Neither did they do it with their tongue. They did it with the logistics available to them in their hands. That is why we call on all Biafrans to come out and support their freedom. Honorable COS, welcome to the studio. And at this point, I'll leave the mic for you to do justice to this very day. They will from here.
Thank you so much, Mazi Sani. Greetings, my APM. Thank you very much for addressing runs and for highlighting the very important issues that Biafrans face. I really want to appreciate every Biafran who is listening to us today. I want to appreciate the Biafran Defense Forces who are making sure that Biafran land is secured to the best of their abilities, which is why, just like my APM pointed out, Boris Johnson has the infantry to get into Biafra land and claim that it is safe. What does that tell you? There is trouble going on in Imo State, even though their governor has confirmed it, has been confirmed again by Boris Johnson. The disturbance of our people in Imo State is sponsored by Nigerian terrorists, either the ones in the military or the government terrorists that operate in our land. That is part of what the event of Boris Johnson and the rest of them who were there has proven once again. They claim that in Imo State, our people are being slaughtered by God knows who. But when they have their events, everywhere tends to be at a little bit rate of peace for them. This is because of Biafra. They were able to travel and come into our land. But I have a simple question, though, for Boris Johnson. I want the rest of the world to help me and ask Boris Johnson. How is it that the former prime minister of a country or of Britain goes into Nigeria, a state holding a high profile British citizen in their prison, tried and convicted by a non-existing law? This is something the rest of the world knows right now. But Boris Johnson goes into Nigeria and didn't even ask of their citizen, a high-profile citizen of Britain. So I'm asking Boris Johnson, and I'm asking the whole British people, like my APM said here, some of you are ignorant of what is going on. Some of you are ignorant of what happened between the British government and how they facilitated the killing of Biafrans. So I want every British person and every Biafran who is living in Britain to please ask Boris Johnson, is this how you treat British citizens? The same people you claim you exchange liquor with Nigeria for their expertise in engineering and in the medical field? Is this how you treat them? Is this how they treat you as a British Biafran citizen? What this should tell each and every one of us simple. The earlier we rise up and support the Biafra Republic government in exile, the only government that is making sure that the British government is exposing themselves the more. The earlier our people rise up and support it, the better for each and every one of us. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cared about what is going on in our land until the United States spoke about Biafra. Now everybody cares. Now everybody wants to have an opinion. The only remedy to the problem in the region called Nigeria is the recognition of Biafra. British government has recognized Palestine. I hope people know that. That is the same people that are working with the Nigerian terrorist state, a great funder of Hamas, to be able to suppress you, to keep you where you are. So if everybody can, please help me and ask Boris Johnson a simple question. Is this how you treat British citizens? For Biafrans, our funding is the most important at this point. It is time we all rise up, put our hands together, and fund our liberation. Without funding, we are not going anywhere. Every country in the world, every country that fights a war in the world must require funding. With dedicated men and appropriate funding, we will win the war. Go down through the declassified documents our Minister of Information is reading today. You will see to the tone of how much the British government Labour Party funded the Nigerian terrorist state against our people. And that will tell you how much fund that is needed to fight a war. Darling everyone, don't forget, anyị nyekọma mmiri ọnụ, ọgbala anyị ụfụfụ. Ma anyị mee ngwa ngwa, anyị emeghela ọdachi. Thank you so much, my Minister of Information, and thank you, Biafrans, for being here with us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, my honorable COS. And before you go, the Biafra de facto government in the homeland have officially launched days of lockdown in Biafra land. And this is in solidarity with Biafra and also aim at the eviction of the Nigerian facilities from Biafra territory. Because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu was pronounced death sentence, was also pronounced life imprisonment. I will want you to speak the flyer on the screen so as to create more awareness for the Biafran people so that they know the significance of the upcoming law of the Biafran territory. Dated on the screen 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 December 2025. Over to you, sir.
Yes, this is a very important issue, not only for Biafrans who are listening, but for the rest of the world who might want to know. The Biafra Republic government in exile, as a government that is taking care of the Biafran affairs here in exile, has a branch, the de facto government in homeland, that issues orders like this. So these orders are reflecting the intentions of the Biafran Republic government, the Biafran people back home. It's very important we understand the importance of at home, civil disobedience at a time like this, at a time when there is massacre of our people, there is different distractions from all the government terrorists that are running around our cities, from the state government terrorists. We talk about the Bubago and the rest of them, the Agune Chamber, all led by the government that are running around in our city. It is important that at a time like this, when people are asked to sit at home, not just because you want to register your displeasure with our leader that is being incarcerated for no just cause, but it is important for you to understand that all these people that have been created, all these different terrorists that have been created by Nigeria, will be used against you. And the next thing you hear is that the Biafran people enforced sit at home. Enforced sit at home. We speak with the Biafran people and they understand. I want to take us down back to memory lane. Their present government, during their presidential election, we campaigned for the Biafran people to have the voting. 20 million votes were not accounted for in their elections, their presidential election. That is of your seat at home, your civil disobedience. It spoke a loud volume to the rest of the world listening. And this sit at home shows to the consistency of our activities. So everybody, you are advised, pick up whatever you can and sit at home. Sit at home, not just for our leader Mazen Amdeko, but for your safety. Because the Nigerian state will always show the people, the rest of the world, why they are terrorists. They're going to deploy their evil angels against you. So the best thing for you is to sit at home. If you sit at home, you avoid every problems. And sitting at home registers again to the world that we, the Biafran people, we are not Nigerians, and we will never be Nigerians. Dalu, thank you so much, my Minister of Information.
Thank you. Thank you. I want the APM to add to the lockdown date that the Biafra de facto government in the homeland have announced. APM want to say the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, the 18th, and the 19th of December 2025. What do you have to say or advise to Biafrans on this?
My fellow citizens, we all understand that we have the de facto government in the homeland. So while we brigade, we are the government in exile. So the government in homeland know what they need to do in the homeland to be secured. They know what to do in times of the situation that we find ourselves. So first of all, for every Biafran that are concerned about the unlawful detention or kidnapping of leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, we are still in liberation process. Biafra land is not totally liberal. There is a process. It might take 1 more month, 2 more months, 1 more year. It depends on how every Biafra cooperates in this process. If we want to be totally be free today, tomorrow, it depends on the impact. We want our action to speak louder than our word. When this terrorist country called Nigeria pronounced the sentence of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu life imprisonment, we saw the outrage. This is time that you have to be part of the eviction. You know how it is for those that have property when your tenant refuses to pay their rent or their due. You evict. The Nigerian terrorists, they have overstayed in Biafra. We are evicting them. So this is part of the, from the 15, 16, 17, 18, every business, anything that still represents Nigeria in our territory, we will use that process and still be evicting them. We want them also to feel pain. Like United States of America, they own businesses in different countries, part of the world, all over the world. Even when we go our separate ways, if Nigeria want to have our own business still operate in our land, we'll give them condition. Then if they refuse to make to our demand, we evict them or revoke their license. Now that the Nigerian terrorists, they still have some business they operate in our land, and they are not cooperating, and they sentence our leader unjustly. So they need to release him. So everything, whether a pipeline, whatever that Nigeria able to still be operating in our land, in our territory, we need to disrupt it. Yes, because if you're a government and you're operating your business in a foreign country, you pay dues. You abide by the rules and law and regulations. As it stands today, Nigerian terrorist states are not abiding by our rules, and they are not respecting our freedom as a people, or to acknowledge that we Biafrans have the right to govern ourselves. So whatever tactics, whatever way we can get them out of our land, we will definitely do that. It happened in
must rise up. The armed forces
condemn the killing of Christians in Benue, in Biafra system. These people have held us in bondage for years. Back in 1960s, UK they still play a significant role as fourth superpower. They are going down the hill every day, and that is how they will be going down until and before they crash. We pray that all the innocent civilians of UK will be exempted and on board before they crash, so that only the evil elites, the evil government will crash. We all remember a man named P.EOPLE.NDIGBOO.BIAFRANS. Few years ago, he quickly ran to the same UK to do what? To get instruction on how to stop Biafra from being free. And this man called P.EOPLE.NDIGBOO.BIAFRANS came back with the so-called Labour Party. This is the same Britain Labour Party that killed millions of Biafrans. This is the same Britain Labour Party imposed on Nnamdi Azikiwe. Labour Party had never given the Biafran people the freedom they deserve. Not before, not now. They don't mean well for Biafran people. This desperate attempt from the British government, because they are failing woefully. United States of America, the leader of the free world, we Biafran people will be US ally. We work with US to counter terrorism. We work with US to destroy all the evil governments of the world, all those that have come to kill us. We work with US to make sure we eliminate all the terrorists that don't want this free world to be free. I don't see no reason why we Biafrans don't see no reason why United America is condemning the atrocity being committed by the Nigerian terrorist states. Nigerian terrorist states that have colluded with this Johnson, before I call him this evil Boris Johnson, I'm trying to use my word wisely here, choose my choice of words. I will not be political correctness. Boris Johnson did not, we didn't hear the UK condemning the killing of Christians, condemning the kidnapping or adoption of over 300 children from schools. Did not condemn the killing of Christians in Benue, in Biafran, in Plateau. My fellow citizens, what happened in 1967 to 1970? Are you going to allow that to happen? Whoever comes your way to stop you from getting your freedom, crush that person. British government should be ashamed of themselves. Few years ago, ambassador from the same UK or British, whatever you call them, was campaigning in Nigeria, forcing the people to go and vote, all because of Biafra, because they don't want Biafra to be free. For those that still believe in Nigeria, those that believe in Labour Party, remember, this is the same Labour Party that massacred your uncle, your parents, your forefather, your aunt, nephews. This is the same Labour Party that put a blockage for Biafrans to be starved to death. Is the leader of the free world, not United Kingdom, not the British government. Their time is up. The real leader of the free world, United States of America, of which the current president is President J. Trump, will not be lectured or educated about what is happening in Nigeria and Biafra land. It's all over the social media, and it's been trending for some time now. How the Nigerian terrorist state and the Islamic jihadists, how they are persecuting, how they are killing Christians and Nigerian Christians. I don't know why the UK turned a blind eye. And the so-called UK, supposedly supposed to be a Christian country or nation. But what is happening in UK is predicted. And this prophecy of a great man called Mazin Namdekan, that UK will be Islamized. The reason is because they love the extremists. The reason is because they sponsor these extremists. They are better aid them. They love them. They should welcome these extremists to their land. And it's already happening. In UK today, some part of UK, you can't even preach the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. What goes around comes around. We encourage the British government to open their arms and welcome Boko Haram to their land. We encourage them to welcome ISIS, the Taliban, the Al-Qaeda, the ISWAP, all these terrorists, because they love them. My fellow citizens, that we all unite and fight our one common enemy, the Islamic jihadist terrorists, the Fulani herdsmen, those that have come to Islamize our land, to chase us off out of our land, and to also expose the so-called UK government. What happened in 1967 to 1970 will not repeat itself again. 1967 to 1970, UK government deceived the entire world, lying to them that what is happening is just a communal clash, headers, commons clash. They deceived the world. But we thank God that today there's social media. Everything that happened is being exposed. And UK should pack their load. If they love Nigeria so much, they can go and have their own Nigeria and Sharia law deal with the country called Nigeria. But as far as we Biafrans, we are not Nigeria. And we also have our leader Mazin Namdekan, who is a UK citizen with United Kingdom passport. I won't even comment on the sentencing of our leader Mazin Namdekan, nor even try to set him free. What does that tell you, my fellow citizens? They don't care for we Biafran people. They are just after our riches, our oil and gas, after our resources in our land. They don't care about human life. They don't care about the Christians. Biafran Christians that have been massacred. This evil is like Boris Johnson and others don't care about Biafran people. We are sure that Biafran must be free. If you are Biafran listening, my fellow citizens, so what happened? Not to happen again. Just remember how your fellow Biafrans were massacred, starved to death in millions. If that don't break your heart, if that don't make you share this, how Biafrans are starved to death by this British government. If that don't make you want to go crazy, that means you are not truly a Biafran. Remember 1967 to 1970. The British people, they want to take us back to memory lane to remember the pains that they have caused to Biafran people. We will not forget. If they don't desist from their evil way, UK will be worse than Somalia. They will keep going down. The citizens and patriots of UK don't rise up, condemn their government, for their government to desist from this evil act. They are evil. Boris Johnson, an evil man, stepped his foot in Biafra land, talking about how peaceful it is. Why thousands of Biafrans organs are being harvested every day by these terrorists. If not for the Biafran Defense Force, our land would have been overrun. If not for the Biafran Defense Force, him, Boris Johnson, would not have made it to even step his foot in Biafra land. We appreciate our BDF that are protecting Biafra land, defending our land. Our freedom is not negotiable. Please, my fellow citizens, if you don't want what happened in 1967 to 1970 to happen again, our website is open 24/7. Kindly visit the website. Fund your freedom. Donate. You have seen that the UK, United so-called Kingdom of Evil Empire, they will not come and help us. They are complicit in this genocide that is happening against Christians in Nigeria, against Christians in Africa, These people are evil. Biafran people, on this day, we call upon all the innocent citizens of UK, all the patrons of UK, rise up against your evil government. Tell your evil government to stop killing innocent Christians all over the world. They are complicit. They aid and abet terrorism. They dine and wine with terrorism. With these terrorists, it's so shameful. If you're a Biafran, you're not supporting your freedom. I don't know what you again. And for the illegitimate governors, they will hold you accountable when time comes. None of you will escape the judgment of Biafra. And for Boris Johnson, yes, you made it to Biafra land safely because we have our Biafra Defense Force that are fighting hard to protect Biafra land. Without our Biafra Defense Force, our land by now will have been overrun. Can somebody talk to this man before I call him fool? Boris Johnson. Why didn't he go to the IDP camp in Benue State? Why didn't he go to Plateau? Why didn't he visit all these places terrorists have been terrorizing everywhere? They are trying to make themselves relevant in the national community face, but their time is gone. This is the era of the leader of the free world, United States of America. United States of the free world have taken the lead. UK, your time is up. Your load and go. We'll do everything humanly possible to protect Biafra land. What happened in 1967 to 1970 will not repeat itself again. UK can deceive the world as much as they can. Their time is up. Thank you, fellow citizens. Please fund your freedom. Support your freedom. We have seen that what happened in 1967 to 1970, some enemy of their friends are working hard to let what happen repeat itself again. Yesterday, few years ago, the ambassador from UK to Nigeria demonstrated that trying to lure the Biafran people into the Chambo fake scam election of Nigeria. We have seen how they demonstrate that trying to use Peter Obi that killed Biafrans in Oji River and Eboman for that matter too. We have seen what happened in 1967 to 1970 by the so-called Labour Party, the same Labour Party that they tried to impose using P2B as their champion. Thank you from here. Fund your freedom. Fund your freedom. What we are doing, we release our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leaders in detention. And UK really meant well for the Imolite or the Biafran people. Let them go and intervene in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He's also a UK citizen. Thank you here.
There were APM. There were APM. There were. And I welcome the original COS into the studio. And like our APM have just said, come and fund your freedom. The flyer on the screen is the flyer of, you look to the left from your own screen, it may be to the right. you can see that there is a quote that was made by a Supreme Leader on the 2nd of December 2014, and it reads, "Then a group deadlier than Boko Haram will emerge. They will seize our farmland, rape our women, kill our people, and even harm them the more, because their sole agenda is to enslave us forever. Those who can see it now will soon see it. The hatred in their souls for my people is legion. They do not see us as humans. They kill, they slaughter, they burn, and they destroy. Mindless bloodletting is in their DNA. My people are in trouble." Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, 2nd of December 2014. My dear people of Biafra, our APM has just spoken, and what you ought to do is to key in and fund your freedom. If you don't want to carry the dead bodies of your babies, women, and children in bags, our APM has also stressed that the reason why Biafra land is safe for everybody, and for even an idiot like Boris Johnson to come all the way from UK and then has the guts to disgrace the people of UK, because he did not speak to disgrace the people of Nigeria. The people of Nigeria have no shame. There's no shame on their faces. So he actually came to speak to disgrace UK as a country. It is because of these men and women you see on the screen that have put their lives on the line. If not, 300 and something babies would have also been kidnapped in our land. How did they make that happen? They do that with their saliva. They did not do that with their teeth, neither did they do it with their tongue. They did it with the logistics available to them in their hands. That is why we call on all Biafrans to come out and support their freedom. Honorable COS, welcome to the studio. And at this point, I would like for you to do justice to this very day. They were from here.
Thank you so much, Mazi Sani. Greetings, my APM. Thank you very much for addressing Biafrans and for highlighting the very important issues that Biafra face. I really want to appreciate every Biafran who is listening to us today. I want to appreciate the Biafran Defense Forces who are making sure that Biafra land is secured to the best of their abilities, which is why, just like my AP Johnson has the infantry to get into Biafra land and claim that it is safe. What does that tell you? On in Imo State, even though their governor has confirmed it, has been confirmed. The disturbance of our people in Imo State is sponsored by Nigerian terrorists, either the ones in the military or the government hired terrorists that operate in our land. That is part of what the event of Boris Johnson and the rest of them who were there has proven once again. They claim that in Imo State, our people are being ordered by God knows who. But when they have their events everywhere, it tends to be at a little bit rate of peace for them. This is because of Biafra. They were into our land. But I have a simple question, though, for Boris Johnson. I want the rest of the world to help me and ask Boris Johnson. How is there of a country or of Britain goes into Nigeria, a state British citizen, in their prison, a non-existing law. This is something the rest of the world knows right now. But Boris Johnson goes into Nigeria and didn't even ask of their citizen, a high-profile citizen of Britain. So I'm asking Boris Johnson and I'm asking the whole British people, like my APM said here, some of what happened between the British government and how they facilitated the killing of Biafrans. So that I want every British person and every Biafran who is living in Britain to please ask Boris Johnson, is this how you treat prisons? The same people you claim you exchange liquor with Nigeria for their expertise in engineering and in the medical field? Is this how you treat them? Is this how they treat you as a British Biafran citizen? What this should tell each and every one of us is very simple. The earlier we rise up and support our republic government in exile, the only government that is making sure that the British government is exposing themselves the more. The earlier our people rise up and support it, the better for each and every one of us. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cared about what is going on in our land until the United States spoke about Biafra. Now, never have an opinion. The only opinion, the only remedy to the problem in the region called here is the recognition of Biafra. British government has recognized Palestine. That is the same people that are working with the Nigerian terrorist state, a great funder of Hamas, to be able to suppress you, to keep you where you are. So if everyone can, please help me and ask Boris Johnson a simple question. Is this how you treat British citizens? For Biafrans, our funding is the most important thing at this point. It is time we all rise up, put our hands together, and fund our liberation. Without funding, we are not going there. Every country in the world, every country that fights a war in the world must require funding. With dedicated men and appropriate funding, we will win the war. Go down through the declassified documents our Minister of Information is reading to the Labour Party, the Nigerian terrorist state against our people. And that will tell you how much funds that is needed to fight a war. Darling, everyone, don't forget, anyị nyere ụfụfụ, ma anyị mee ngwa ngwa, anyị emeghela ọdachi. Thank you so much, my Minister of Information, and thank you, Biafrans, for being here with us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, my honorable COS. And before you go, the Biafra de facto government in the homeland have officially the lockdown in Biafra land. And this is in solidarity with Biafra, and also at the eviction of the Nigerian facilities from Biafra territory. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was pronounced dead, was also pronounced life imprisonment. I will want you to speak on the flyer on the screen so as to create more awareness for the Biafran people so that they know the significance of the upcoming lockdown of the Biafran territory. Dated on the screen 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 December 2025. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, my Minister of Information. Yes, this is a very important issue, not only for Biafrans who are listening, but for the rest of the world who might. The Biafra Republic government in exile, as a government that is taking care of the Biafran affairs here in exile, has a branch, the de facto government in homeland, that issues orders like this. So these orders are reflecting the intentions of the Biafran Republic government, the Biafran people back home. It's very important that we understand the importance of sitting at home. Civil disobedience at a time like this, at a time when there is massacre of our people, there is different distractions from all the government terrorists that are running around our cities, from the state government terrorists. We talk about the Bubago and the rest of them, the Agune Chamber, all created by the government that are running around in our city. It is important that at a time like this, when people are asked to sit at home, not just because you want to register your displeasure with our leader that is being incarcerated for no just cause, but it is important for you to people that have been created, all these different terrorists that have been created by Nigeria will be used against you. And the next thing you hear is that the Biafran people enforce sit at home. We do not enforce it at home. We speak with the Biafran people and they understand. I want to take us down back to memory lane. In their present government, during their presidential election, we campaigned for the Biafran people to avert the voting. Over 20 million votes were not accounted for in their elections, their presidential election. That is because of your sit at home, your civil disobedience. It spoke a loud volume to the rest of the world who were listening. Advised, pick up whatever you can and sit at home. Sit at home, not just for our leader Mazen Namdekano, but for your safety. Because the Nigerian terrorist state will always show the people, the rest of the world, why they are terrorists. They're going to deploy their evil angels against you. So the best thing for you is to sit at home. If you sit at home, you avoid every problem. And sitting at home registers again to the world that we, the Biafran people, we are not Nigerians and we will never be Nigerians. Dalo, thank you so much, my Minister of Information.
Thank you. Thank you. I want APM to add to the lockdown date that the 16th, the 17th, the 18th, and the 19th December 2025. What do you have to say or advise to Biafrans on this?
My fellow citizens, we understand that we have the de facto government in the homeland. So while we bring it, the government in exile, so the government in homeland know what they need to do in the homeland to be secured, and they know what to do in times of the situation that we ourselves. So first of all, for every Biafran that are concerned about the unlawful detention or kidnapping of our leader Mazen Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, we are still in liberation process. Biafra is not totally liberated. There is a process. It might take 1 more month, 2 more months, 1 more year. It depends on how every Biafra cooperates in this process. If we want to be free today, tomorrow, it depends on your impact. We want our action to speak louder than our word. When this terrorist country called Nigeria, because they sentenced our leader Mazen Nnamdi Kanu life imprisonment, we saw the outrage. This is time that you have to be part of the invicting eviction. For those that have property when used to pay their rent, or you evict them. The Nigerian terrorist state, they have overstayed in Biafra land. We are evicting them. So this is part of this. From the 15, 16, 17, 18, every business, anything that still represents Nigeria in our territory, we will use that process and still be evicting them. We want them also to feel pain. Like United States of America, they own businesses in different countries, part of the world, all over the world, separate ways. If Nigeria want to have our own businesses or still operate in our land, we'll give them condition. Then if they refuse to make to our demand, we evict them or revoke their license. Now that the Nigerian terrorist state, they still have some businesses, they operate in our land, and they are not cooperating. And they sentence our leader unjustly. So they need to release him. So everything, whether oil, pipeline, whatever, that Nigeria able to still be operating in our land, in our territory, we need to disrupt it. Yes, because if you're a government and you're operating your business in a foreign country, you pay dues. You abide by their rules and law and regulations. As it stands today, the Nigerian terrorist state are not abiding by our rules, and they are not respecting our freedom as a people, or to acknowledge that we Biafrans have the right to govern ourselves. So whatever tactics, whatever way we can get them out of our land, we would definitely do that. It happened in India by Gandhi. When they sit at home, the occupier not able to operate business in their land. That is exactly what we are doing to Nigerian state. We will do anything to cripple their businesses in our land, to come and do what is right. Leave us in peace, and also release. And you are on social media ranting everywhere, talking about the injustice against our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is the time you show it by your action. We are not doing it to hurt Biafran people. We are doing it to send a message and to clean our land, clean the evil people out. We'll be cleaning the evil people, inviting them, it might not be over after these few days. It is a gradual process. Out of 10, if we're able to achieve 1% in these 5 or 6 days, it is a plus. We'll give ourselves a kudos for that. It is a gradual process. We'll keep doing it until we totally achieve our goal. Thank you very much. Please obey and do what is right. Kindly sit at home. Show your displeasure of the way you've been treated. I said, we are not protesting against the Nigerian terrorist state. These days of this sit at home, we are sitting at home in our territory to cripple the occupier, the foreigners' business, those that have come not to let us be. Like I said earlier, United States of America own business in different countries. Canada own business in different countries. But abide by the law of this every country that they have their businesses. But the Nigerian terrorist state, they are not abiding by our law. They are not giving us our demand, and instead they do whatever they can to with all kinds of inhumane treatment against the Biafran people is unacceptable. So we'll make sure we disrupt any kind of businesses they have in our territory. Thank you, Minister of Information.
Thank you, APM. Honorable COS, before you comment something, I have a question to throw to the APM. APM, between people finding themselves in IDP camps, which now becomes their permanent homes, and Biafrans to observe sit at home in Biafra territory as a means of evicting Nigerian terrorist existence, which is better, IDP camp or obey as a multidimensional approach to evict Nigeria terrorists in your lands? Over to you, sir.
I believe the Biafran people, we overwhelmingly said evicting Nigeria from Biafra land is better rather than IDP camp. Because when you in IDP camp, you have not getting your freedom. But when you evict a tenant that is not paying their due or their rent, you can always get a get a new tenant. That happened like some of us that own property. Sorry, I have to bring my own personal business into this. Even you might get a new tenant that will pay you better than what the old tenant is paying you. And while you are still free, so evicting Nigeria out of our territory will be best, and we can have new tenants. We can countries that will come want to do business with us and obey our rule, our law, and do business with us in good faith, which will profit us and also profit them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, APM. Honorable COS, we have seen they were not in the process of evicting Nigeria from their homes or the terrorist existence. But they were comfortably sleeping in their homes in the far north and middle belt. And then we woke up to see that those babies, their heads were cut to pieces like onions. So between singing one Nigeria, go into the house to sleep the next day, then you wake up to see dead bodies of babies, like in Yelewata, over 200 were burnt to ashes and many slaughtered in broad daylight with babies. And Biafrans going through the process of a civil disobedience, using multidimensional approaches to deal with the terrorists and evict them from Biafra land. Which will you advise people to go for?
I mean, because if the IDP camp was good, he would have gone to visit them. But now, talking about children being slaughtered, being burnt alive, we have experienced that. But through the effort of our defense forces, we have been able to checkmate the people who are coming to our land to do these things. It's not like we've not experienced them. We have experienced even the Imo State governor throwing bomb on our people who were asleep and threatening that he's going to do it over and over. Activities of our Biafran defense forces has checkmated these things. So I believe that Biafrans, we all understand them to be wise and to be able to take judgments for themselves. If you do not understand that sitting at home is better, having your children being burned alive, just stay hungry for 2 days. And that will explain to you that hunger children born is no longer security. That is what Nigeria brings. I told our people, sitting at home will ensure that the Nigerian terrorist state does not kill you. It is better to sit at home than to wake up to your children burnt alive, even though we have experienced it. So I will advise everybody to sit at home. Observe the.
And let me use this sanction against Nigeria as a case study, like that persecute Christian. And there's more sanction from the world power from this coming. This sanction is to cripple Nigeria economy for them to submit or for them to do the right thing. Yes, this sanction is made for reason for the Nigerian terrorist state to do what is right. Our sitting at home is a sanction as well against the Nigerian terrorist state, in the sense that every companies, every activity of Nigeria in our territory will be benefiting from Biafra land. These days, anything is to disrupt every Nigerian activity. Just the sanctioning them, able to negotiate to negotiable table. We can to cripple the Nigerian economy. So, not because Biafra is now declared, that means Nigeria can own or have business in Biafra land. Even Nigeria have other businesses somewhere in other countries. Yes, a foreign country can have business and operate in a foreign land as well, as long as you obey and abide by the law of that country. So the sitting at home is sanctioned. So let's look at it this way, that this number of days we are using it to sanction the Nigerian terrorist state, that these days you will not operate in our land until you meet our demand, or until you do what we ask you to do one way or the other. And the same still applied by inviting Nigeria. Unless they come to a round table and let us discuss, and they will meet our demand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable APN. Thank you, Honorable CEO. Unannounced. And I throw this one. Dr. Mai Lafia had preached and informed that they should adopt a Christian civil disobedience when he saw that the terrorists were here, that the outrage of the jihad and the slaughter will escalate, just like Mazen Amdekano had informed them. But Christians in Nigeria turned blind eyes to it, and even the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria was beheaded by these same terrorists. Do you think if civil disobedience against the Nigerian terrorist government, that something would have changed, or they would have averted the situation that has escalated this far, that we now have IDP camps everywhere, targeted Christians? APM, you may pick the question, or your COS, sir.
Just take them as COS can go. Let me give an example. Years ago, you remember how the Labour Party of Nigeria, when I say Labour Party, I don't know to say the same evil Labour Party, the one that P2B is working with. The Labour Party, that is it's not a political party, which I believe some will show whatever was the chairman. Whenever they strike for weeks, for months.
Labor union.
Labor union. Whenever they go on strike, for weeks, just the union go on strike for 6 months. Even 2 months. What happened to the 2 months? What happened to the economy? You will see the government running around trying to negotiate, trying to meet up the mind. What happened when United States of America, when the government shut down for over a week? Come to a round table. They have to agree on certain things is happening. If the entire nation, just for 1 week, sit at home, what do you think will happen to the economy? What do you think will happen to that country? No airline going out and coming in. No government off open. What do you think will happen? All these so-called terrorists, whatever, will stop. Government will be power. When we say power is in the what we're talking about. Not just